A very good evening, everyone, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where tonight is the final chance for our players to qualify for tomorrow evening's finale and book the final spot in next week's Champions Week, which has a top prize of £20,000. So a big night in offing for all of our players here in Group B, but early on this afternoon we saw the conclusion to Group C, where two players made their way through to the red carpet occasion. Here's what's happened. Benito van der Pass's campaign unfortunately ended with zero wins on his final day. It's great to see the big Dutchman here this week. As for Jamie Durrant, he departs the Super Series as well at this particular juncture, but plenty of experience gained at this high level. As for Martin Grierson, he most definitely improved on his second day's action here at the Super Series, settled into the stage, settled into the occasion, and I think we're going to see more from him in the future. As for Chris Quantock, he was ever so close to qualification for tonight's finale, just missing out in the end to Colin Osborne. So the Wizard is going to be through to tomorrow night's final. He qualified for Champions Week last time out. He's looking to return and join Matt Clark and the club of players who have done it twice in succession. Justin Smith also made it to Champions Week last time out. He makes it to finals night this time as the winner of Group C. And there's still gears to go as far as the Bearded Dragon's concerned. So that was the action that happened earlier on today. Glenn Durrant was watching all of that down in the commentary box. Let's begin with Justin Smith. Group winner, and when you look at the numbers, you say it was a good campaign, but you still feel there's gears to go for him. Yeah, it was so up and down. I think there was a moment where he was top of the group for a long period of time, and he then had a real shootout against Chris Quantock, but he got there just in time. Indeed he did. Oh, I see what you did there. Getting good. You're getting there. As for the Wizard, well, he pulled out a little bit of magic when he needed to. I just think having Colin Osborne here for the final is, it's what you need. He's a real top-class performer and absolutely loves being here at the MODUS Super Series. I love the story he told Paul Nicholson that he's here for the 10 days. That smacks to me confidence. I'm glad he's there Saturday, of course. Let's have a look then at the table in the end in Group C. Smith and Osborne both making it through, but look, let's have a couple of words for Chris Quantock because he was mightily unlucky in the end. Yeah, he saved his best, just maybe a little bit too late, but the MODUS Super Series does offer the opportunity for players to play themselves in a bit of form, and that's exactly what happened with Chris Quantock. He's not match sharp, and that was evident in Monday and Tuesday, but you know, by the end of today I was beginning to think he was the real form horse, but just fell at the final fence. Well, let's have a look then and see how the session panned out from a numerical standpoint. This was day 2 of Group C by the numbers, so 82 legs, and 37 of them were breaks of throws. That is a huge amount. Yeah, I mean, we've seen some unbelievable stats recently, and that one doesn't smack in your face of pure quality. There was just a lot of tension in there. I really enjoyed Group C today. I was quite critical of Group B and Group C yesterday. It was a pretty disappointing day, and we said that the majority of people, you know, had plenty of work to do, and I thought Group C stepped up to the mark today. I have a funny feeling Group B will do the same tonight. So we'll see Justin and Colin tomorrow night here at the Super Series. Right, let's concentrate on Group B because that is coming towards a conclusion this evening. 5 players involved in action. Let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play because there's 3 players tied at the top of the table. Jim McEwen, Andreas Harrison and some guy called Matthew Edgar. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before. Yeah, I mean, it was a great story yesterday with Matt Edgar. I mean, it was quite emotional when I spoke to him, and like only a week before that he thought his career was over. So the next day, 24 hours later, all of a sudden he's winning his first WDF title in the Iceland Masters. So it's a nice story. I'm genuinely pleased for him because I could feel the emotion. He even stuck his head in the comms box a couple of times yesterday to say he's really enjoying it, but it's only half time. He mustn't get above his station.
big game coming up against Andreas as well, and the winner of that really has 1 foot in the final.
What did you make of Andreas yesterday? Was it just a carry-on for Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday's excellence?
I'm a big fan of Andreas Harrison, and I've been talking to Jamie Durant, who played, and you've got to watch people like Andreas because he keeps all his emotions in check. Like a lot of Scandinavian players do that, but Andreas has been particularly good. I fully think he'll go through tonight, no problem.
Could Scott Mitchell be a dangerous player in the context of he only picked up 2 points yesterday, but if you actually break things down, he played much better than that?
He averaged 90 over the day, and I think it's week 12, series 3. There's one last story, and for me, Scott Mitchell will be there Saturday night.
Oh, there we go. Those are thoughts of Glenn Durant. Let's see what the bookies think about this evening's proceedings. These are the outright betting as far as the group is concerned. Now, Jim McEwen 11-8, Andreas Harrison and Matthew Edgar tied at 2-1 in terms of winning the group.
Yeah, flick a coin between them top 3, and I totally agree with the Scott Mitchell at 20-1, but I still think third place is up there for grabs there. So for me, for a little bit of value bet, Scott Mitchell to qualify.
Most certainly. So here's Duzz's tips then for this evening. This is what you've picked. Now, we should say that the Assets ACCA landed a little bit earlier on this afternoon. So no pressure, Glenn, on your selections tonight.
Yeah, and once again, I might be surprising a lot of people because Jim McEwen in the 180 stakes, he's been really good, and I've got against that just for a bit of value. So I've got Andreas Harrison to get more 180s than Jim McEwen. A little bit of a handicap bet in there for Matt Edgar to comfortably beat Richie Parkin, albeit that's tough for me to say that because, Richie's from, right up my neck of the woods, and it is a tough player. In the final one there, total legs, I think it'll be a very close game. The penultimate game of the night, Jim McEwen and Scott Mitchell, that could go the distance.
Well, if you're having a flutten, make sure it is 18+, begambleaware.org. And if you're following Duzz's tips, just a little bit of advice for you. If you put £1 on, you'll lose £1.
Yes, I'm not very good. Just stick to assets. Yeah, he's the one who's been absolutely fantastic with his ACCAs. Yeah, Duzz's have been pretty poor, as usual.
Shall we get some darts on?
Let's do it.
Let's get some darts on, shall we? We kick off with the game that concluded last night's session. It's Andreas Harrison in action. He takes on Matthew Edgar. It's time for some prime-time darts here at the Super Series. And Glenn Durant is going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson. Hello, Paul.
Good evening, guys, and welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. The conclusion of qualifying here in week 12. And one more session will give us our final here in the final week of qualifying. We've got the man in grey, Andreas Harrison, who's in a very strong position, but they're all looking up at Matthew Edgar at the top of the tree. The winner of this game will go to 8 points in the table. And the man from Malilla in Sweden, east of Gothenburg and south of Stockholm, will be looking to stick around for the weekend instead of flying home tomorrow. But the 36-year-old from Daventry, he was plucky yesterday.
First leg is Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Let's look at the overall stats for the likes of Dirty Harrison yesterday. A very impressive average of 90.6
140
for his 4 games on Thursday night. A best average of 96.97.
100.
And his doubles, well, this is where he may have left some points out there. 52 attempts, 13 hits, and only 25%,
45.
Glenn, for doubles last night. You get the feeling that if he's not going to be drawn into a battle, that will have to be better.
91.
Yeah, he won't like them stats because he's usually ice cold when it gets down to them doubles, particularly good on double 10. It's been remarkable a stat how many times he's hit that this week, and I think it's a really important game, this first
45.
one. Even much to say that the winner of this game for me has 1 foot in the finals on Saturday night. But Matt Edgar could be an interesting start if he happens to
60.
lose this game against Andreas. Game 3 comes up against Scott Mitchell, so very, very soon tonight. All that for all being top of the group and the delight, he could be looking his shoulder over his shoulder from as early as game 3.
Yeah, Matthew's in the same position that Richie Parkin was in last night, where he plays 2 of the first 3 games.
Andreas, you
The
require
last thing you want to do is lose them both. You saw what happened to Richie after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a glass half empty and full. He could be looking at it that by game 3, we'll see it on Saturday night. That's a kind of character
65.
and confidence that
Matthew
Matthew
require
Edgar has.
150. 60.
Steady approach. But Harrison,
Andreas,
who
you
has the
require
darts
80.
in this first game of the evening, has the first chance at the 2-dart combination. He can take it in 3.
60.
And you can see the shoulder just
Matthew require
became
90.
involved in that shot.
Exactly, Paul. Oh, but he'd be disappointed with that. He's going to take a treble. He'd be furious with that because on 90, you should be
27.
getting a dart at least the bull.
Andreas, you require 20.
And we talked about this double 10 during this game. Been pretty relentless on this double. And I've bigged it up.
10.
And he's let me down.
Matthew requires 63.
This should have been a bit smaller, and Matt knows it.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to look. I'll be delighted that he's coming back. But again, that's a touch snatchy. A double 18.
45.
So just a little bit messy.
Andreas, you require 10.
And not in a good way. Not in the left-footed Argentinian way. Double 2, only just. And
Game
finds
shot
his
and the
way to a
first leg.
first leg win.
Andreas Harrison.
And that little fist pump there from Dirty Harrison,
Interesting.
that just tells you a little bit of something, because last night we saw nothing of that ilk.
Second leg is Matthew to throw first.
Paul, we saw
Game
nothing
on.
like that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's the most emotion you'll get from Andreas Harrison. That I can be assure you of.
140.
Those missed doubles that Paul alluded to there, he'll want to sort that out with Andreas. And for Matt Edgar, that's not the start he wanted tonight.
Edgar won 3 games of his 4,
14.
just like Andreas yesterday, and just like Jim McEwen. They've created this little canyon between themselves and the chasing pack.
100.
I think we pretty much know that Richie Parkin is not going to qualify. In some cases where people have got 0 points after the first day, we saw Dave Pallett do that in Southampton
121.
about 18 months ago, but he still qualified, but it was a very different dynamic in the group.
Yeah, I think he just wants to put some sort of a show on today. He was
140.
extremely disappointed, Richie. He went straight onto social media to hide his disappointment. But he looks quite chipper in there. It'll be a big game. I guess the last person you want to play as your
40.
first game is Jim
Matthew
McEwen
require
because
121.
he's so solid. But this is really much better from Matthew.
89.
Much better when you consider that he had 6 darts from 90 to take the first leg, wasn't able to convert it. This is a really good bounce back
44.
from Matt.
Matthew
Put
require
20 points on
32.
his average already. And if this
Game
goes
shot
in,
in the second leg.
all of a sudden
Matthew
the momentum,
Edgar.
we heard him shouting yesterday. That was something I sort of remembered. He'd let you know exactly when the double was in. And, does it mean anything to
Third
any of
leg
these
is Andreas
players?
to throw
you watch a
first.
couple of the
Game
responses
on.
from Matthew Edgar every time his doubles go in. I think he understands the game very well. He'll know the importance of this match.
Have you seen the back of Dirty Harrison's shirt, by the way? There's a
100.
firearm on there, but there's also some words that say, "Do I feel lucky?" Do you?
60.
Punk?
I'm not going to argue with him. He's bigger than me.
Yeah, he's giving me some stares this week. I've mentioned it a couple of times. Every time I walk through the players area, he's the one guy you don't stare at, but he's a real gentle giant, I feel.
96.
Yeah, one of the funniest stories was when we were at the quiz, and all of a sudden he walks in and sits next to me.
100.
I kept saying, Andreas, it's not ABBA.
Was it ace of base?
He saw the sign.
39.
This is a disappointing and surprising start for Andreas.
60.
Edgar yesterday, being top of the table, averaged 85.56. His best average was a losing average, the one game he lost. That tells you a little bit of something. He had better doubling, 34%, which is where you expect
30.
to be at this level. 13 hits from 38. And a high out of 97. I think he played
99.
better yesterday than he did when he won that ranking title at the weekend. But I just get the feeling if he has ambitions of making Champions Week, or indeed getting through 82 tomorrow night. He might have to play just a little bit better than that.
180.
Just sort of sensed he was taking control there, Matthew, and right out the blue, you could
100.
argue.
Andreas, you
He's left
require
a 2 data.
56.
He's bringing a bit of shoulder in his throat today. He's feeling it.
I agree. It's not as smooth
46.
as some portions of the week.
Matthew, you require 82.
This would be a good nick. That's a good miss because he now gets a shot at the ball.
57.
Line and length was near perfect.
Andreas, you require 10.
Only had a go at these. He's messing around with his tops, 10s and 5s so far in this match. Great marker. Wow.
6.
Matthew Edgar's leaving a charmed
Matthew
life right at this
25.
moment.
Just a little bit. Double 8. Takes
Game
full
shot in the
advantage.
third leg. Matthew
And he's
Edgar.
not shy in telling everybody how he feels about a shot. And when you are playing in week 12, this close
Fourth
to
leg is
getting to
Matthew to
Champions
throw
Week,
first.
I don't
Game
mind
on.
that one bit.
What I would say to that, though, Paul, is I wouldn't want to waken the beast up of Andres. And by shouting there, I'd be like,
100.
oh, is that the way you want to play then, Matthew? I would just leave him sort of being quite solemn the way he has been. And I don't think I'd wind him up by shouting, get in there, because I think Andres needs some
100.
fire in his belly. And that could be created with Matthew shouting when he hits a double.
Solemn's a good word, actually. That's how you would behave if there was a
140.
polar bear in the region. The last thing you want is him knocking on your door.
I think the polar bears had run away from Andres.
140.
Warming up nicely.
Getting there. Averages have climbed a bit. Edgar 86,
60.
which is where we expect him to be. Harrison clinging on after that bad start. He's missed 9 darts at double, and that's why his average is in the low 70s.
140.
Just want to pay tribute to our referee this evening, Justin
100.
Bradshaw.
Andreas, you
Long
require
shift for him today, doing
121.
25 games of darts.
They do a fabulous, fabulous job for the bull.
96.
A couple of times that 25
Matthew
being
require
peppered today, but these
101.
are the types of finish we like to practice. I'd be thinking one time for prime time.
69.
Harrison has got to convert this.
Andreas, you require
The
25.
last thing you need to be doing is giving the tabletopper 3 darts at a double. Double 8. Much
Game
better.
shot in the fourth leg.
14 dart at
Andreas
a break back,
Harrison.
and now we have a game on our hands.
If I was Dirty Harrison there, I would have shouted, come on!
You ever noticed
Fifth
that
leg is Andreas to throw
particularly
first.
European players
Game
who
on.
have first languages from countries that aren't English, they still say come on? Spaniards, Dutch players,
125.
Czech players, Swedish players.
Yeah. Yeah, natürlich.
140.
Yeah, I done my German last week. Ich liebe euch alle. Everyone, the crowd went wild and I thought, that's the only German I know.
Das Publikum ist wunderbar.
140.
The crowd is wonderful.
That's an incredible statement because I asked somebody, how do I say the crowd is wonderful?
57.
Because I thought Ich liebe euch alle was, you are a great crowd.
I love you all.
Exactly.
That's even better, actually, Glenn. I like what you said.
I know, but this bar that I went in, now I'm beginning to realise why.
85.
One
97.
treble visits and 2 treble
Andreas, you
visits.
require 151.
That's exactly what Edgar's done in the last 5 games. That includes this one, of course. He hasn't had one single 180 yet. He may be saving that for
45.
later, when he might need it.
Once again, it's just seesaw battle because Andres had this leg in his hands there, but that setup there from 151 was just not good enough.
Andreas, you require
Matthew was
106.
all over that with that 137, and all of a sudden, potentially, Matthew Edgar becomes favourite for this leg. He does now.
98.
These are the shots that
Matthew
really
requires
make you
70.
here. Can he find double 16?
54.
So close. I feel your pain, Matt.
Andreas, you
At the
require 8.
worst, I say for this fixture. Edgar has got to keep it as tight as possible. I have a little bit of a golden rule when it comes to the MODUS Super Series.
No
Win
score.
big, lose small
Matthew requires
when it
16.
comes to the gap. But as far as that's concerned, it could be completely irrelevant if Edgar hits double eight. He could be winning. That's a bad dart. He's getting closer. And it's
Game
there.
shot in the fifth leg. Matthew
3-2.
Edgar.
It's scrappy, but it's enthralling.
Can't believe, and you alluded to very early the
Sixth leg is Matthew to throw
doubles
first.
percentages for
Game on.
Andreas. Something I didn't really pick up on last night. 2 from 15 in this match alone. He's thrown it away. And what does Matt Edgar do? He'll just gobble them up.
Only person to have a percentage on
119.
doubles last night under 30%. Next worst, McEwen, 31%. But I just want to have some perspective with that. McEwen had
16.
39 darts at a double last night, Glenn. Harrison had 52. That is another third on top.
58.
Absolutely throwing this one away. 100 plus behind, and that big 5 there means
40.
Matthew Edgar has become a huge favourite for this match.
You said something to me earlier, Glenn, about the loser of this game may become vulnerable.
140.
I honestly thought it would be Matthew. I thought Andreas would come out the traps quickly, and Matthew was on a high. You don't usually stay on a high at the MODUS Super Series. Someone comes along and
86.
beats you on the head. And I fully thought we'll see what what he's made of and where his game's at. When you look at game 4 when he
55.
plays Scott Mitchell.
We start to look at this schedule and think, what is the best result for Mitchell? This one is irrelevant because they're both on 6 points.
55.
Mitchell can do nothing
Matthew
about
require
getting
129.
someone to stay on 6, apart from the loser, of course. And it looks like
97.
Edgar is going to continue to win.
And fair play to Matthew. I mean, this is a big statement to tell everybody. And that is so frustrating. It might be the greatest
180.
scoring darts.
Matthew require
That will be
32.
where have you been? For Matthew Edgar, this is a big 2 points. He's already at double 8.
16.
The twists and turns of this game, Paul, I can't keep
Andreas
up with it.
require 80.
It's like the Monaco Grand Prix in here. That 180 may have changed everything. Double 5.
70.
His doubling has just not been
Matthew
good enough.
requires 16.
Well, Matthew Edgar, and I like that. Just getting a bit of composure, just resetting himself. Will he be the first player on 8 points? Going for double 8.
No score.
Commentary box goes quiet. Matthew Edgar goes quiet.
Andreas
This whole
require
place
10.
went quiet. Nobody can quite believe what's just happened.
Game shot in the
And
sixth
Harrison,
leg.
that
Andreas
is just
Harrison.
a pinch. And now this is a huge, huge test of Matt Edgar mentally,
Seventh and
because
final
6
leg is
clean
Andreas to
darts at
throw
a double,
first. Game on.
2 visits, gone by the wayside. It should have been 4 legs to 2, but now he's got to scrap it out just to get the points that he should have had in the first place.
Yeah, to relinquish the advantage is tough to take. To be against the throw.
43.
It's a double whammy. But Andreas, as the way this match is going, it started with 43.
60.
This match has pretty much had everything. What a seesaw, up and down, twist and turn match this has been.
83.
Matthew can't afford to come up blank now.
Most of his darts have been low.
60.
Nice and straight, but the weight of the dart has not registered a treble so far. He's still in with a shout. He's only 6 behind. If he can just keep
60.
tabs on Harrison, there's no guarantee that even if he gets to the dart, the double to finish the match, that he's going to finish
60.
it straight away.
Yes, we witnessed Colin Osborne, the wizard, going through today. Will it be a bit of magic that decides this?
100.
Take that, he says.
Got to find that first big treble.
91.
There it is. He's still hanging on, but still waiting for a mistake from Harrison.
I think both will get the double one and they'll have 12 darts each.
83.
What a last dart, Paul.
Got to stay straight here. It's better than straight. Oh,
83.
Matthew! You can see the disappointment.
Andreas, you require 132.
You'd much rather have 130. That's a lot more gettable than 147. But he is going to get a look at the snooker shot in
92.
snooker week.
Matthew
Would be
require
maximum
147.
effect. Not this time. Andreas Harrison, how many chances do you want to win
95.
this game? Over to
Andreas, you
you.
require
The Super
40.
Swede looks a double top.
Match
Game,
darts for
shot.
both, but
And the match,
unfortunately it's
Andreas
Harrison who
Harrison.
gets the win. Edgar squanders 6 darts at double to win by 4 legs to 2 and ultimately has to walk away with only 6 points from his first 5 games. Harrison will feel like he's dodged many a bullet. Are you feeling lucky, Punk? Well, you may have just got lucky. 4-3 Harrison. And we now take a break before we see Chucky up against Richie Parkin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, you may have already seen a crucial twist in the race for finals night place as Andreas Harrison defeats Matthew Edgar in a last leg decider. Edgar going into a 3-2 lead in that one as well. So next up for us is Jim McEwen, who also started tonight on 6 points here at the Live Lounge. He takes on Richie Parkin, looking for his first win of the group, and watching this one in the commentary box. Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. What an absolute disaster of a night it was. In his own words, Richie Parkin, he took to social media pretty much straight after it to show his disappointment, but the support he was getting from people, just reminding him that this is a dream for many people to be here at the MODUS Super Series and not to let the experience be dampened by one bad day. Last time he was here, he was the outstanding player of the week. Everybody was talking about him. He said it was his best moment in darts. He has to show some resilience now. But what a tough opponent. He's got a real MODUS Super Series legend in Jim McEwen. He's broke records. He's had unbeaten matches that have gone on forever and ever. And on Wednesday this week, he showed glimpses of his very, very best. He'll have been delighted to end up on 6 point yesterday. You know, laid a real foundation.
135.
And for the rest of the pack, they're hoping Richie Parkin becomes a bit of a spoiler.
Over the last 2 days, McEwen's only lost one match. That bodes very badly for everybody else.
100.
And if you weren't tuning in this afternoon, it was Justin Smith of Wales who won Group C. Colin Osborne joined the Saturday night crew by getting second spot, and Daryl Pilgrim has been waiting for a couple of days to see who will join him on Saturday night. I think it's only a matter of time before Jim McEwen punches his ticket.
Yes, Andreas Harrison was very fortunate.
177.
Will Chucky get lucky?
I can just see it now. Dirty Harrison pointing that firearm at Jim McEwen saying, well, do you feel Chucky punk?
Whatever you say, I think would be Jim's answer to him.
We are talking about a player who has something in common with the two qualifiers this afternoon. He has won here on a Saturday night before, but only one of them can walk away with the title on
16.
Saturday night.
Jimmy
that will be in around 25 hours' time.
Yeah, it was all very interesting that the two fresh players came through Group C as well, and Osborne, Justin Smith. And we're also looking right now as Andreas Harrison and Jim McEwen looking good.
Richie
it could be a Group A reunion.
Interesting play from Jim, deciding not to go for the single to
29.
bowl because he thought that 167
40.
might be too much to ask for. On this occasion, he was right. Double 10. We'll give him the first leg.
Game shot in the first leg. Jim McEwen.
Looks pretty fresh for someone playing their 5th day.
Yeah, a sweet little 14-darter.
Second leg is Jim to throw first.
Throwing the timing right, he looks really stylish. I think the confidence is coming out in him. Very similar to Chris Quantock, who got better as the week went on. Jim McEwen is also just beginning to be a force for Saturday. He knows how to do it. He knows how to win.
44.
Maybe this week he's gone under the radar a little bit, and that might just suit him right down to the ground.
I know what you mean, Glenn, actually, because when you think about Edgar and Mitchell
95.
and Osborne and Smith, we can't forget about the people who have been here and done it before. They may not have the same sort of flashbang wallop sort of reputation as some of the others who have done things in the PDC. But like you mentioned,
45.
when McEwen comes here, he always does damage. And yesterday was no different. He averaged over 88 for the day. He had some good performances in there. His doubles were acceptable
49.
at 31%. But just like Justin Smith, there are gears to be found. And more often than not, with players like this, those gears are found when
60.
either the chips are down or there's stuff on the line.
Yeah, and I think what's really good about Jim, the experience of the MODUS Super Series means he'll want to peak tomorrow night.
28.
By hook or by crook, get through Group B. Nice to make a statement and finish top, but he knows, especially after watching Mike Gillett last week, who came third in this group, the Group B. He wants to peak tomorrow night, and just slowly but surely, just want to get through this game because the expectation's different when you're playing Richie Park, and he's a guy who's still on 0 points. I can tell every person watching right now, Richie Parkin is a fantastic player. Maybe just hasn't been his day until, as the losing sequence continues. That's when panic can set in a little bit, and someone like Jim McKeown will jump all over that. But he just wants the 2 points, does Jim?
I've got some bad news for the rest of the field this week as well. I remember sitting in this very chair, week 1 of Super Series 2. McKeown just came through Group B on the Friday, and he went on
59.
to almost dominate
Jim
on the Saturday.
170.
This seems very familiar.
Do you think Jim remembers that?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
$105.
It's looking very tidy. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. Again, it's just like the 88 average that we saw yesterday from him in the 4 games.
96.
He'll look to leave tops.
Jim, you require 65.
He'll probably get the 25 here. And have 2 shots at the double that he sees more than anything else. And that was a great, big, fat commentator's curse. But it is double 4.
57.
Chance for Parkin.
Richie require 114.
Potentially the only chances Richie's going to get. And he needs something. His finishing yesterday, 130 and a 127. Maybe expectation was high as he went up, but once again,
Jim require 8.
He's a couple of darts behind Jim so far. And Jim will feel confident of taking this out. Now it gets tricky.
Tricky for Chucky. Too tricky
4.
for Chucky.
Oh, come on, he said.
Richie require 36.
Good marker. Surely.
8.
That's just how he's rolled the last couple of days. That's
Jim, you
kind of
4.
cruel. Double 2 again. It's not a good leg. But it should be a leg that Jim wins.
Game shot in the second
He should have
leg.
won it probably
Jim
twice over,
McKeown.
but he is 2-0 up, and things are definitely going his way. But whenever things
Third leg
aren't
is Richie to throw first.
going your way,
Game
you're
on.
not getting the rub of the green. That's when you do find those shots where you hit double 4 instead of double 18. You'll hit things like double 14 when you go for double 9.
Yeah, I play local league with Richie, and if he's left on 36, the opponent's ready to shake his hand. But just right now, things are not going for him. He's probably still got last night in his mind. I mean, preparation wasn't great. He travelled on the day.
80.
He'll openly admit that. But, it was his daughter's birthday the day before that. You've got to make decisions and sacrifices. And, he made the right decision. You can't miss your daughter's birthday.
100.
Travelling, getting up early. Then there's that long journey down. And I think that's the reason for me why he played so poorly last night. Like I said, what you want to do is wake up in the morning and see all the support he had. I was reading all the messages, including mine.
135.
Genuinely nice guy. You want nice things to happen to people like Richie Park, and like I said, I don't like seeing him struggling. That's what he can do.
It's very appealing to watch that throw, isn't it?
140.
Even better when you stood behind him, Paul. It's it looks pretty effortless when you stand behind him. He, like I say, he drives to local league, picks me up, and goes on first. And 9 times out of 10, he's putting the lads 1-0 up.
100.
So type of person he is,
Richie
he'll sacrifice
require
everything to
161.
pick me up in some deep snow last time in the winter. Like I say, he lives in a place called Whitby.
90.
One of the most beautiful places in the country, if you ask me. And it was a tricky journey home for him, but he never let the lads down. But always talked about his experience at the MODUS Super Series. It was his greatest moment in darts so far.
100.
I like that so far.
Richie requires 71.
The word yet is very strong. Missed single. Should have had a shot at the ball. McKeown could be
31.
3-0 up in a second.
Jim, you require 86.
And he does have a leg difference of +2, which is 3 behind that of Edgar and Harrison. Bullseye
61.
Fine try.
Richie require 40.
We've seen some 25s hit. Richie needs something now. That's wild.
Game shot in the third leg.
Often when you go
Richie
big on a
Parkin.
double, it's the sort of the mark of the eye line that he needs. Like I said, he won't be delighted with the situation now,
Fourth
but
leg
it's
is
a
Jim
start.
to throw first.
I think at
Game
this
on.
point, all you can do is take one leg at a time. That old adage, that old saying that most players would answer to. The difficulty that you've got in there is Jim's dictating the pace. Richie's one of them ones where he wants to play against someone more free-flowing.
100.
He just has to really dig deep and focus.
Of all of the players that you've seen this week, who do you think rhythmically
55.
is the kind of player that Richie would feed off?
Yeah, something like a Justin Smith. I think it'll be an interesting game with Matt Edgar. I think he'll like that pace as well. But yeah, I've seen some lovely throws this week. Darryl Pilgrim was good. And Justin Smith, just
45.
frustrating to watch because he's just absolutely oodles of talent. He just probably needs a little bit of stealing. If you put a little bit of Richie Parkin in Justin Smith,
137.
Richie just loves the game, whereas you feel like Justin, everything's just a little too easy for him. I think it's time he needs to dig deep because Justin Smith not only could win tomorrow night, he could win the Champion of Champions Week. He's that good.
140.
Predominantly, Jim McEwen is a very big 180 hitter. He doesn't have any in this match yet. And you mentioned that he is a bit of a record breaker when it comes to the
43.
Super Series. He does hold the biggest win streak of anybody in Super Series history. That stands at 16 matches. It was ridiculous.
That's crazy, isn't it? And didn't he miss a double as well on the match he lost?
140.
He missed a double against Josh Payne in Southampton for 15 out of 15 in Group A, and that would have elongated his win streak to 17, and he would have had a chance to
101.
stretch that on the Saturday night as
Jimmy
well.
requires
Didn't happen, but he's
76.
still the record holder.
And he's got 6 darts from this 76. I think he'll go down to the 16s because he does love double top. And he knows he's got 4 darts at this if he needs it.
36.
Bends the wire, so he just has a double check of the score and realises that Richie Parkin's on a bogey. And if you're off for any dart play, you're going to get 3 darts at tops to win the leg. You'd snap your hands off for that. He just needs to execute it.
93. Jimmy
As we saw in
require
match
40.
1, shots like this are not gimmies.
Game shot
But
on the fourth
sometimes
leg.
when you've
Jim
got quality
McEwen.
being thrown by players like that, they look like gimmies. 2 points here for
Fifth
McEwen
leg
would
is
get him
Richie to throw
to
first.
8
Game
points
on.
alongside Harrison. Can we at this stage, Glenn, begin to talk about the ideal scenarios for Scott Mitchell before he throws his first dart in anger?
180.
Yeah, well, obviously now 2 of the top 3 are likely to win. So I think what he needs to do now is focus on the game with Matthew Edgar because Matthew could play 2, lose 2, before the events really even
44.
started tonight. That's the only issue with Matt Edgar. But it's the type of personality Matthew Edgar who'll say to Scott Mitchell, come on, bring it on.
Interestingly,
42.
just to try and paint the picture, if McEwen gets the result here that he wants, whether it's 4-1, 4-2 or 4-3, he'd go to 8 points alongside Harrison. If Edgar was to
100.
beat Scott Mitchell, he'd go to 8, and there'd be a 6-point gap between the top 3 and the bottom 2. We'd almost see the end
43.
of Group B 3 matches in, which would give us a lot of time to talk, Glenn, about a lot of potential dead rubbers.
180.
180 each. And if you're pitching for McEwen to have most 180s in this one, it might not be coming your way because he
82.
can't get any more 180s in this leg. And remember, if you are having a flutter tonight, it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information. And please gamble responsibly. But maybe he'll get more 180s because he might lose this leg.
34.
He certainly may now.
Jack 37. Richie require 154.
So the treble 19. Two of them would have been nice. He's going to set it up.
94.
Gives himself opportunities.
Jim, you
These are
require
two data.
140.
140 is a big, big ask.
I am fascinated by this checkout. Now, does he go 2 double tops? No, it's double 10. Not many people go 2 double tops on 140, and I don't know why.
130.
Did he just maybe take too
Richie
much time there,
requires
Paul?
60.
I think he might have. 1 double top for Parkin.
Game shot and the fifth
That's all he
leg.
needs.
Richie Parkin.
Now, I want to bring this up because I'm quite passionate about this subject. I spoke about it last week,
Sixth leg is Jim
and
to
I didn't
throw
get
first.
much in the way of response
on.
from my co-commentators. I'd like to get your take on this, Glenn. When someone's got 100 and they get a single 20, they go for 2 double tops. It makes sense. Large piece of
140.
40 up at the top, you get 2 of them for 100 checkout. You've got 140 left, you get a treble 20, and probably 29 out of 30 players
83.
go for another 60 for double 10 instead of 2 double tops. Why?
I think the simple answer is there. When you throw a sweet treble 20 like he did there, replication is key. So all he's thinking, that's gone in perfect. Let's just throw that exactly like the last one. When you go for 100 and you hit a 20, you've missed the desired target that you've gone for, meaning it's time for a brand new target. Hence the reason I believe that people are now saying that the double top is twice the size of the treble,
36.
etc. That would be my interpretation of the reasons why I don't know. That was the sweetest treble 20 he threw on the 140, and I'd have been surprised if it had gone tops.
Makes sense to me. Sometimes it's good to bring these
84.
things up to try and figure out why they happen, especially when there are so many intricacies and idiosyncratic players in the world of darts right now who do so many different things.
Yeah,
70.
I struggle with the modern players and finishing now. Obviously, I'm the last bastion of workman's clubs and the traditional way of going for finishes now. And you know, the Dutch brought some, bringing the bullseye very early into the game, the double doubles. And like I said, some of them now. Then Rob Cross just took it to another level. He won Ali Pali and the World Championships. And yeah, it's been tough to sort of look at the finishes for some people. But yeah, that would be my interpretation of that.
96.
This is not
Jim,
that
you
dissimilar
require
to what
94.
Jim did against Richie Parkin yesterday. High 80s average. Admittedly, his doubles aren't quite as good, but that might be about to change.
It's been a very solid performance from Jim McEwen.
54.
He won't panic just yet. He's going back with 3 darts with his favourite double for Richie Parkin. The problems continue.
3 match darts missed. So that's 1 at double 10 and 2 at double top.
Jim, you require 40.
You don't think he's going to miss again? Match start 5. Misses also. He's in Matthew Edgar territory. And he's now missed
30.
6. Parkin can't pounce. That's the problem.
Do we think Jim McEwen would miss? Glenn puts microphone down was my answer.
59.
A lot of pressure coming back from Richie
Jim, you
Parkin.
require 10.
This is your time, Jim McEwen. You want to get to 8 points and do it as sweetly as you can. It hasn't been spectacular, but it's been solid. This double 5 would take him to that desired
5.
8 points, but the match continues, and Richie Parkin,
Richie, you require
if you give him a sniff at
112.
100-plus finish, he has demonstrated already this week that he can do it, and I think he's going to get a dart at his favoured tops with them long darts. He doesn't move.
Game
Doesn't
shot on
need
the
to move,
sixth
but he
leg.
goes right to the right
Richie
of the bed.
Parkin.
And that's a 130 finish from Richie, a 127, and now a 112 to take the match to 3-3. And if my memory serves me correct, Paul, his big finishes
7th and
yesterday
final
was
leg.
against
It's Richie
Chucky.
to throw first.
Yes, they
Game
were.
on.
Early in the match, he took it 127 and 130 for 2 consecutive bull finishes. Now, I'll tell you who was enjoying this.
Yes.
Matthew
97.
Edgar. Because if he stops Chucky from getting to 8 points, it will keep Edgar in 2nd position. It'll make this table even more interesting than it already is. Chucky's missed 9
135.
match darts.
It might help Richie Parkin relax. You can see he's a free-flowing player. But you can just see he's just a little bit tight. And hence the reason the darts are going under the
44.
desired treble 20 and swaying there into the 7s and the 3s. And Jim might still get away with this. But it's been tough going so far tonight. The first game went the full 7 legs. And this has gone the distance also.
It's going to be a long night, Glenn.
60.
It's going to be nerve-shredding for everybody involved, including the people watching from home.
I have to say I was disappointed in Group C yesterday, and I thoroughly enjoyed today. The ups
79.
and downs of that game was, and I just sensed there's something going to happen tonight. And my sense sort of linked me there to Scott Mitchell. I would love to see him here on Saturday night. He's the kind of name. He's new in the MODUS Super Series, and like I said, he averaged over 90 yesterday. Just didn't get the results. So stick with us.
49.
Let us know what your thoughts are at MSS Darts. Give us a follow. Any questions? We're happy to chat about anything. And with Champions Week next week, who's going to be taking that £20,000 prize? It doesn't look like it's going to be Richie
25.
Parkin with darts like that.
That's unfortunate because McEwen has faltered at the start of this 7th leg, giving Parkin room to breathe. And after 12, all he can do is leave 2-5-6. Big error.
60.
This is really hard work for these guys.
This is sort of part of like round robin's league table. Just suddenly start thinking of numbers. I played in the Grand Slam many
100.
times, and you start thinking of league positions. All Jim McKeown wants to do now is see that winning line and sprint over it.
It's 2 different types of pressure we're seeing here. One from a player who has not won a game, and he just wants to win a game. Then you got someone in
43.
McEwen who was breaking down
Richie require 156.
in this last leg and is feeling the pressure of the table. Another. That was a really good try.
100.
This is a big ask for
Jimmy
McEwen.
require 154.
He gets this. It's a mic down moment.
Wow.
Stay there. He didn't need to.
Game.
Mic down.
Shot. And
That's
the match,
outrageous.
Jim McEwen.
Just when Richie Parkin thought, I've got you exactly where I want you, Chucky, who missed 9 match darts to take the win by 4 legs to 2 and 4 legs to 1, just about survives. And that is an outrageous way to finish and to get to 8 points. I think we all need a breather after that one. 19% on doubles, and he still gets the 4-3 win. He's not lucky. He's Chucky. We'll have a break and we'll come back, and it will be our first look at Scott Mitchell for the night.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jim McEwen got the better of Richie Parkin by 4 legs to 3. Another game going all the way, and an exhibition of high finishing as well. Finishes a 1-12 and 1-5-4 amongst the mix. Well, it is the second edition of the Battle of the Commentators now in Game 3 of our evening session, because it pits Matthew Edgar up against Scott Mitchell. And describing the action, here's Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. But just be careful with words like exhibition of high finishes, because remember, that's on my bingo sheet. I'll leave that one to me. But yes, we're still sort of a little bit in shock after that last game. Well, yeah, 2 games in and the twists and turns, everything's sort of happening. And then to get the conclusion, that stunning, sublime 1-5-4 finish from Jim McEwen. What a moment that was for him. And that just builds up. That was the hors d'oeuvre. And now it's time for the main course, because that man in your picture there can make a real statement in this group. The fear was losing that first game for Andreas Harrison or Matthew Edgar. Unfortunately, on the occasion, it was to Matt Edgar. So now this doubly makes this match so big. For Scott Mitchell, it's the first time we've seen him tonight. Only won the 1 game yesterday, but averaged over 90. Could argue he was very unlucky with a couple of 4-3s not going his way. For me,
First leg
he's
is
the class
Matthew
act
to
of
throw
this group.
first. Game on.
And you could even argue he's the class act of the week. But he lies in 4th place and work to do. And that work starts right now.
81.
And the 1 game he won yesterday, he put in the biggest average of the group. 101.9 in beating Richie Parkin by 4 legs to 0. And it didn't take that long to do so. This is a really tough ask for Scott tonight.
100.
He starts 4 points behind Edgar, and maybe this is the right opponent for him in his first game.
125.
Because if he can get the win, it will be Edgar he'll be trying to chase for the rest of the night.
Yeah, Matthew's I think he's a real momentum play. He likes to be on the board. I don't know how his body's going to react from 2 games so quickly. But I think he'll know the importance of it. I mean, they're both sat in the seats we're in here now, so they know the MODUS Super Series inside out. And like I said, usually, they're walking the walk.
60.
I just wonder how Matt's feeling after that first game. I'm sure it hurt that he walked away with 0 points.
Sick as a chip, I think, Paul.
We love chips, but we don't like sick chips.
100.
Sick.
I think what he's looking for more than anything else in this game, apart from the 2 points, of course,
41.
are visits that are just a little tidier. Get rid of those 41s, turn those into things like maybe 60, and turn the 60s into hundreds, turn the hundreds into 140s. We saw yesterday that he doesn't
83.
need 180s to succeed, but he may need more 140s than some of the players in this group.
I'll tell you what I'm seeing, a very business-like approach from Scott Mitchell.
130.
He didn't give an awful lot away yesterday, even when things weren't
Scott,
going his
you
way.
require
But he's chattering away
133.
to himself. And just look at the determination on that face. Treble 19 for double 8. Just look at the grimace.
117.
Raining down. 100 plus finishes.
Matthew requires 64.
That double 8 miss gives a chance for 64. He's only going to get the 1 dart or a double. That dart or a double, Paul, is a double 16.
Game shot
What
in the first
a finish
leg.
from
Matthew
absolute
Edgar.
nowhere there. The fluency of Matt Edgar. Was that of old, you could argue?
Second leg is
No
Scott
eye
to throw
contact.
first. Game on.
Staring at the carpet, a picture of focus, and you have to admire that considering how close Mitchell was to taking that 1-3-3.
45.
As for his stats yesterday, we touched on the fact that Mitchell averaged over 90 for the night. His doubles,
100.
12 hits from 38, acceptable at 32%. And the best checkout of 156 yesterday as well. He was top of a lot of the stat sheets. And then he wound up in 4th position.
100.
Talk about not winning the intangible moments. Because the tangibles that we talk about, the average, the percentage on doubles, the 180s, that kind of thing, they all were quite impressive compared to everybody else. But he still wound up outside of the qualifying spots.
I think Matthew in that first game had chance after chance against Andreas. So it's a tough one. I think his philosophy's always been opportunities don't happen. You create them. 180s like that by Scotty Doug. That gives him control of this leg. Or does it?
140.
Still searching for that first 180 of the week. But ultimately getting to 121 after 9 is a world-class effort.
I was going to ask you, whose position would you like to be in right now? 176 with the darts. 121 against the darts, but that first dart going in the treble, I believe, made Scotty Doug the favourite. But he continues to impress.
96.
Such a good try.
Scott, you require 76.
This is a good battle. It's a quality one as well.
Captivating.
Interesting. Double top.
36.
Going 16s first. He was also giving himself 25. The option of the treble for double 14 there. And Edgar gets his own back on double 8 and doubles his lead.
Edgar.
Now, the longer this goes on and the tighter this match is, the better it is for Edgar.
Third leg is Matthew.
He's got a better leg difference.
Game on.
And he's still got that 4-point cushion. I think he understands fully that if he can get rid of Mitchell in this game, it'll make the rest of the night so much easier.
I think Scott Mitchell would need the help of Richie Parkin at that stage to become that spoiler.
55.
Because if he loses this game, all of a sudden he can only get to 8 points. Then you're relying on others potentially
140.
It'll be a big outside ask, and he's relentless at the moment, is Matthew Edgar.
Almost feels like angry darts from Matt. And that's okay as long as you can control 85. The level of anger that's running through your veins.
Controlled aggression.
He did not average over 90 at any point yesterday in a completed game.
59.
He might not in this game. But what he is doing is he's hitting Mitchell hard early. And I said to you earlier, didn't I, Glenn, that this was an interesting game from the perspective that Edgar's playing his second match and Mitchell's playing his first. And he did play a little cold yesterday against McEwen in game 2.
Yeah, to be fair, that's exactly what you said.
131.
I'm wrong again because off air I said a big Scott Mitchell victory here. He's going to lay a marker down. And that marker's going to be right now. Every time I've questioned Matthew Edgar, he's proven me wrong. And if this double 18 goes in, you've got to say it's a marvellous performance so far, under the circumstances.
Got the marker for 9s.
Game shot
and he takes a 3-0 lead against the former world champion.
He's in dreamland.
Don't wake him up yet.
To throw first. Game on.
There's still more to do. And we have had an interesting text. I don't mean to sound like Jim White.
Can I be Simon Jordan?
100.
Be my guest. But we have had a text from one of our combatants for next week, in Mike Warburton, who is back from local darts.
60.
And good evening to you, Mike. I hope you are well and you're looking forward to next week. As for the context of your text, I will get on that for you. And he doesn't seem to spell your name right in that text. Has he got some autocorrect issues?
I want to know why he's asking about my wife, Suzanne. Is there something I don't know, Warby? I don't know, I said you've got a silky smooth throw, but stay away from the wife. Yes, he misspelled Dozer and wrote Suzanne.
I didn't realise that was your autocorrect spelling. I think everybody's got one, haven't they? Right. If they're trying to put your name into a text and it comes up with something else.
100.
I can't believe my autocorrect is my wife's name. That's insane.
Destiny takes a hand.
No, it's not Destiny, it's Suzanne.
140.
And Mitchell this time is first to the finish.
You require 161.
It's not out of the question that you can win from this position. It's not like he's playing poorly, as you can see. One of the beautiful things about this format is that you have to craft more and more opportunities for yourself. If you miss them, you have to go all the way back to the start again. Just look at what Jim McEwen did. He missed 9 darts at a double, and then he got one more chance.
79.
It was the hardest of the lot, and he still took it. My advice to Mitchell is to not miss double 11. Can he go above that one? Or from the right-hand side?
What
Game
a
shot on
dart
the fourth
that is, Paul.
leg.
That is
Scott
absolute
Mitchell.
quality. He just shuffled across the yockey just a touch. And I'm telling you now, if he gets through to Saturday night,
Fifth leg
he
is
would
Matthew
take
to
some
throw
beating because he's
first.
in a position
Game
now
on.
where he's going to be a massive outsider. 3-0 down at the time. He's going for that double 11. One thing about the former England captain, my
82.
England captain, he won't give up. He's still averaging in excess of 96. He averaged 90 yesterday and he sat on 2 points. It's crazy.
I'm just trying to figure out what he's saying to himself.
I like it.
Whatever it is, it's working.
I like it. He's in a zone. He's in a focused. And he's fighting. But to be fair,
100.
Edgar, every question that's been asked, he's got answers. This is an impressive contest. From the two commentators. It's me against you next.
The closer Mitchell gets, the more bold the question gets for Edgar.
140.
This is an Edgar throwing first leg as well, and Mitchell is getting 5 trebles out of 6 darts.
96.
This is heavy hitting. Mitchell on the ropes, and he's starting to swing back. This is going to be one of those nights where all of the games are going to go 4-3. I can feel it.
60.
The gap between them in leg difference is not insurmountable. It's only 5 legs.
36.
First, take care of the points.
Scott, you require
Then the leg difference will follow.
121.
It's a somewhat cutthroat group because it's only 8 games apiece over the 2 nights. That's what makes it the best group of the week.
Did Edgar show his hands there?
59.
His balance was all over the place. The score of 36. Is that down to the pressure? Or is he going to prove me wrong once again? He's going to prove me wrong in an emphatic style.
137.
What pressure
Scott, you
on this
require
62 now.
He left a shot. Mitchell went out on 79. Edgar leaves the shot. Mitchell doesn't go out this time. It's the wrong
32.
bed. And this is a great
Matthew require
opportunity
50.
to put Mitchell on the rack. It's a missed single. It's tops. And
10.
Edgar wires it. He's that close to being
Scott, you
1
require
foot
30.
in Saturday and putting Mitchell into the position where he would need favours from everybody.
But missing the big 18 is unforgivable. He had chances against Andres.
Game shot on the 5th
Don't give
leg.
this man chances.
Scott
There's the
Mitchell.
fist pump. He's just letting Matthew Edgar, you can shout, come on, every time you hit your double, but I'm still here. And if you can't hit your doubles, Matthew, against Andres or Scott, that's your problem, he's telling him.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw
resetting
first.
Scott's
Game
start.
on.
How interesting will this game go if it goes to 4-3? Now, the thoughts of Matthew right now is, well, I've had an opportunity. Next time, if I get an opportunity, I'm going to get it. I'm not going to panic. I know it's Scott darts now, but I've got the
85.
dart in the last leg. He's trying to keep himself without panic setting in because he's actually playing very nice.
100.
I'm a big fan of a lot of different drama series. And one of the reasons I am is because I like not knowing what's coming. I like the what happens
81.
next kind of feeling. That's one of the reasons why I like live sport, just like this. I've played it. I commentate on it. I watch it.
100.
It's an addiction of mine that I just need to watch things as they happen. I haven't a clue what's going to happen next in this, and I'm gripped.
Whatever happens to Matt Edgar this week, he must be absolutely delighted that his game is coming back.
22.
No matter what, whether he qualifies from Group B, whether he does well tomorrow night, whether he's going to go away thinking, all the concerns, I had all the
58.
worry. I'm back.
Any concerns about the fire in the belly starting to burn out?
70
It's still
behind.
there.
70 behind for Scott. He'll be doing all the calculations with Matt Edgar. There's a little chunter to himself, and every time he
100.
chunters, he smacks that treble 20, and I'm impressed with Scott Mitchell today.
Still hasn't got a maximum.
99.
And I guarantee you he would give his left pinky finger for a maximum in this game at the right time if he needs it. All he wants now is that 144. He'd love to take it out, and it would be a huge sigh of relief if he was to go into the halfway point of his night with 2 points.
64. Matthew require 144.
Edgar now 144. You'd argue he's got 6 darts from here. Does he need the 6? He's done his job,
96.
Paul. Scott Mitchell
you require
149's a biggie.
149.
But it's a treble 20 and a treble 9 in areas of the board we practice so much. It's not going to happen. Matthew Edgar, 48 for the match.
He had 1 dart at tops. He wired it. Right now, he exercises
45.
probably his biggest strength,
Matthew
the
require
mental side of it. Now it's about the execution. Double 8.
32.
And it's the same story as game 1.
Let me give
Scott,
a
you
reason
require
potentially wise.
104.
He's not match sharp right now, and his body will have tensed up on that double 16, despite you saying to yourself, don't, despite the fact you're saying relax. What a dart incoming. Double 16.
He pushed the wire.
88.
And Edgar gets another bite.
Matthew requires
He's had
16.
3. One more. It's
Game.
there.
Shot.
That's
And
an
the match,
enormous
Matthew
start for this
Edgar.
group. And Mitchell now knows that he needs a miracle to come through this group, because we've now got 3 players on 8 points in the table and a 6-point cushion between the qualifying spots and the bottom 2 now. There are the stats. They did come down over the last couple of legs, and I assure you, when people look at those stats, they might think that was an okay game, but it was a lot better than what you saw at the very end. It was enthralling from start to finish, and Edgar gets a very, very good win over Scott Mitchell for the 2nd day in succession. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, we will look at Andreas Harrison and Jim McEwen, who are both looking to go top of the table.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
The MODUS Super Series available 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year. And before the break, we saw Matthew Edgar keep hold of his lead against Scotty Dog to win by 4 legs to 2. As for Scott Mitchell, well, he's got his tail between his legs now, hasn't he, in terms of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. Well, next up for us is a battle of Scotland up against Sweden. And no, we are not talking about Euro 92 as McEwen takes on Harrison, watched by Paul and Glenn.
Are you quite proud of those dog jokes, Henry? Well, I think these two should be very proud of what they've done so far, because we can now confirm that the winner of this game will qualify for Saturday night with 2 games to spare. That's the way it is. What Scott Mitchell needs to happen now, because he's got 3 games left, is he needs someone to lose 3 games in a row. Be that McEwen, Edgar, or Harrison. So whoever loses this game will remain on the chopping block, but still with the destiny of Saturday in their hands. But Mitchell needs favours, and he needs lots of them. And he needs to do himself some too.
Have you ever wondered
First
who's
leg, it's
watching
Jim
these
to
games,
throw
Paul?
first.
Sometimes
Game
I
on.
wonder that, and it keeps me up at night.
Because there's plenty in Gothenburg watching in the Paddington pub. All cheering Andreas Harrison. So just a big shout out, guys. That's a good crowd.
43.
Do you know any Swedish?
Svenska.
Bjorn. Borg.
Mats Wilander.
66.
Henrik Stenson.
Juice.
I'm going down the sports angle. I can't really divert from that. ABBA. There we go. Ace of Base. We've already covered that.
100.
Love Sweden. Never been. Just love it.
Yeah, beautiful. In fact, I played Andreas in the semi-final of the Swedish Open. I think I won it in 2016 when I was looking up. And it was 2018.
140.
Lovely hotel, which is the venue. And I came across Andreas for the first time there. He reminded me on that he beat me. I don't think he had the beard to be feared in them days, but right now, the winner of this game is Paul
100.
Luton. And if you need motivation, then that's what it is. The golden ticket is 10 points tonight. And Matthew Edgar, Andreas Harrison and Jim McEwen are all sat on 8 points.
60.
You would think Scott Mitchell right now needs an absolute miracle.
Some famous winter sports people, or indeed American sports people, they tend to grow very large
94.
beards through their season, and they tend to say, I will not shave the beard until I win something. There used to be this really famous American footballer at the Steelers called Brett Kiesel.
65.
He was noted for being a bit of a
Jim,
brute.
you require
He was
164.
massive, but he had this huge beard, and he said he wouldn't shave it until the Steelers made the playoffs or did something like that. Hang about. Not again. It's 164 this time.
139. Andreas, you require
Anything you can do.
170.
I can do better. Not this time.
I was going to say that wasn't ABBA. Nobody
40.
takes the Eurovision Song Contest
Jimmy required
more
25.
seriously than Sweden. That is a fact. Double 12 for Scotland's McEwen.
$13.
It's been a strange night when people are taking control of
Andreas,
games
you
and
require
from
130.
absolutely nowhere. People are checking out. This 130 would be huge. I don't think he's been at his best, anywhere near his best tonight, Andreas, to be fair. He's in a wonderful
94.
position, and by far his best start of
Jim,
this
you require
leg
12.
potentially was his last.
Double three. As if this double couldn't get any harder.
Game shot on the
Just give
first
him a hard
leg.
shot. He'll hit it.
Jim McEwen.
He doesn't like the easy ones or the easier ones. He likes the difficult ones.
Did you know only great
Second leg is
players,
Andreas to throw
great
first.
players,
Game on.
legends win Lakeside on double three?
Only person ever to win a world championship on double three. Isn't that right?
All I needed was Richard Ashdown to shout it out and they'd have been laughing.
140.
That is one of my favourite subjects. World championships won on certain doubles. However, I did test
60.
Richard Ashdown on that in Munich 3 weeks ago, and he got them all right.
Did he?
Unbelievable knowledge from the most amazing darts nerd I've ever met.
41.
Is he? Is he the biggest nerd when he comes
Oh,
to
yeah.
stats? Does he?
There's some great ones in the sport. I mean, I know a lot, but Mark Webster knows a little bit more than I do. Chris Mason, our colleague here at the MODUS Super Series. Richard Ashdown, Andy Scott, who lives very close to this.
100.
One of the affiliates of the Professional Dart Players Association. But there are some real savants when it comes to darts knowledge.
Yeah, dare I say, as a player, I played my game and I
43.
left the building. I never focused on anybody. One of the real beauties of being in the comms box is that you get to know, you get to know the skills, the attributes, the personalities of these players.
58.
So a nerd, I am not, but I'm turning into one.
One of us. One of us.
Give me,
As far-
give me the most difficult
57.
one. Is there anyone apart from double three? Is there any more? Is there only one who's finished on a certain double? And will I get it right?
There's a couple. Only one's been won on double 13 and only one on double 11.
And we allowed to ask
100.
BDO or PDC?
One was BDO. One was PDC.
Come on, Twitter, help me. I'll whisper, does a 180.
100.
Do you know the answer? Who finished on double 13 or double 11 to win a World Championships? Paul's giving me 5 minutes, so be quick.
I'll give you another teaser later. I can think of
100.
the right moment.
Andreas, you require
Right now-
120.
Andreas Harrison is thinking of hitting tops for a 1-1 scoreline. Those were pretty handy. And
Game
that
shot
one
on the second leg.
was
Andreas
perfect.
Harrison.
That was never in doubt.
Gothenburg goes mental.
Is that how they say it in
Third leg is
Sweden? Because
Jim
I
to
heard it
throw
was
first.
Göteborg.
Game on.
I may have been misinformed. And if I've said that wrong, I apologise to everybody in Sweden.
No, when they said that to you, they sneezed halfway through telling you it's Gothenburg.
60.
I learned a new word, actually, a Dutch word last week called gezellig. Apparently it doesn't have any sort of English translation. It's to do with joy and beauty and things like that. It's a beautiful Dutch word.
85.
And I hope everybody has a weekend that is full of gezellig.
Dank u wel. It's a very tough language, Dutch, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sorry, Jim, did I spit that dart out there?
You want to tell that a little bit better,
39.
Glenn? When you talk about the avenue through Group B, you think to yourself, if I can get the 10 points, I'm surely going to be safe. It's not a guarantee.
140.
I can guarantee you that. However, in this group, 10 points is going to be enough. And whoever makes that mark first will be very happy. Now, if we look at McEwen, he's got Edgar in game 6.
100.
That's in a couple of games' time. And then he finishes up against Mitchell, who may indeed be eliminated by then. But if he's not, imagine the significance
44.
of that McEwen-Mitchell match.
I was going to say, can I give a really strange thought? We really bigged up Group B. It hasn't lived up to expectations. Is it fair to say the best player so far has been Scott Mitchell?
56.
I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that maybe he is.
Matthew Edgar's probably waving his hands. What about me? I topped the table last night and I've just beaten him.
100.
But I don't think these two players have been anywhere near their best in Jim and Dirty Harrison. Are they saving their best for tomorrow night?
A dangerous thing to do.
123.
There's been a lot of darts like that for Jim.
Andreas
Snatchy
Uruguay,
shots.
132.
If he is going to get the win over the course of week 12, I feel he's going to have to smooth that out.
I'll very quickly say, but he did have some concerns about his throwing.
60.
In fact, he sent me a couple of videos prior to the MODUS Super Series, but
Jim Uruguay,
I refused to reply because I
123.
didn't want to put anything in his mind. I say, Jim, your throw's absolutely fine this week, but there is the occasional one. That's all. Don't overthink it. Just hit this treble 18 and bolt like you see nothing else on the dartboard.
55. Andreas Uruguay,
Plenty of routes
72.
for this. And at times this week, we have seen someone go for two double 18s. This is the largely forgotten route of 12 first. And
Game
double
shot
top
in the
at the
third
end
leg.
seems to be
Andreas
the strength
Harrison.
of Dirty Harrison all of a sudden, because that break of throw gives him the lead. And if he starts clicking tops,
Fourth leg is Andreas to throw first.
McEwen has got
Game
problems.
on.
I think he just looked up to Petra there. And like I say, I think it's really good when you have someone with you.
140.
Very likeable Andres, isn't he? Last time I was here, I sort of went away thinking, I like so much more about him, but I know it doesn't look like it, but he's got a great personality, He's very dry. The guys in the players
84.
area in both Group A and B, they both really enjoyed his company the same. Richie Parker was saying last night, he's hilarious.
I'm not surprised to hear that. I loved spending time with Magnus Karras.
100.
Good friend of mine in Sweden as well, Pa Rienen. Won't be watching Pa. Long time no see. Owns a dart shop in Sweden, very successful one. My favourite Swedish story
82.
involves going to Crawley for a Players' Championship. And a few weeks before that, I'd been talking to Magnus Karras about Swedish food. And he was saying that Sweden has the best potatoes in Europe. And I thought,
125.
that's a very big statement. So the next time he comes to Crawley, he walks in with a carrier bag and he said, I brought this from Sweden for you. It was a bag of potatoes. And he had some gravlax in there as well,
140.
which is cured salmon.
Andreas
It was
Uruguay,
delicious.
136.
God knows what they said in customs when he pulled out the bag of spuds. Treble 19 would be nice here.
58.
Just a bit of a slow burner tonight. Like I said, I don't think anyone really is standing over putting their head above the parapet and saying, I'll see you there Saturday night, guys.
Some things are better when they're slow cooked.
We're back on the brisket again.
31. Andreas Uruguay, 78.
Don't miss the 18, Andres. The treble is the bonus.
It's just like the 72, isn't it? Single, single, tops.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
This is
Andreas
just like deja
Harrison.
vu. 3 legs in a row, 120 on tops, 72 on tops, 78 on tops. You can't
Fifth
leave
leg,
this
it's
guy
Jim
on
to
that
throw
double
first.
in this game.
Game on.
It's fraught with peril.
Why make the game complicated? Andres is just keeping it very simple. And he's 3 from 3 on the doubles. That is key.
45.
Looks like Andreas might have the key to Saturday night. And if he's through first, he's the one who could pass it around.
135.
It'd be great to have a big crowd here on Saturday night. Said many times this week, well, being involved with some great crowds, you do make an awful lot of difference. You can get your tickets via dartshop.tv
140.
for a small booking fee. But come and make that night very special because we are all getting excited here at the MODUS Super Series for next week. Champions Week. We can't wait. All 12 players,
81.
genuinely, when I say it, they've all in with a chance. It was such an obvious statement, but really genuine. You could talk to 12 different people. We'll give you 12 different players. That's how open it is. We can't wait.
I mentioned at the start of this game that Jim
100.
McEwen has lost 1 match since Tuesday. I do beg your pardon. That match was against Andreas Harrison yesterday by 4-0. What has Andreas got on Jim McEwen? But they are level for the week.
2-2.
2 games all.
Whoever wins this game will be there Saturday night. Whoever wins this game will have the best head-to-head between them. There has been an awful lot to separate them. Like I said, just feels at times like a slow burner. The big difference in this match has been simple.
I always pose this question at the start of the week. Let's say Jim's playing Andreas on Monday morning, and you go up to them and you say, would you guys like to play each other 6 times this week?
43.
Both players should
Jim,
say
you require
immediately
116.
yes, because it means they're both in Saturday. In fact, you could play someone 7 times. 5 times in qualifying and twice on Saturday night if you're in the same group. You could then meet each other in the final.
56.
The scores of 60 and 43 have set Andreas back a little bit.
130.
Typical of Andreas. And he's his
Jim, you
highest
require
score.
60.
Just put pressure on this 60.
I thought he was going to leave double one. Tops has been at the mercy of these players, and it is
Game
once
shot
again.
in the 5th leg. Jim McEwen.
Starting to look like a tea bag. It's been perforated that much in this game.
Let's go proper old school. Let's take the trebles off the board. Let's have a game of Yorkshire board.
6th leg is Andreas.
Doubles
to throw
only,
first.
guys.
Game on.
Have you got one of those boards?
I've played in it, obviously, the Eston District Darts League, a league I own an awful lot too, but I was never the best because I'm a 16s man, so
35.
I was always double 16 off, 72 off, 60, 60, 60, but there were some terrific players, including my brother, Andy, who was one of the best.
I've got an old Lincolnshire board. All black, round wires, small bullseye, doubles on the
30.
outside. Was a gift from a guy I know quite well called Mark Wilson, who always made me laugh on tour because he always used to turn up the darts with a Lightning McQueen
100.
kids rucksack. And it was his child's rucksack, and I thought that was adorable. But he gave me a Lincolnshire dartboard once, and I've still got it.
2019 Euro qualifier 1. Glenn Durran 6, 118.66 average. Mark Wilson 0.
57.
But whenever we meet, you know what we talk about? I did an exhibition in Lincoln, and he absolutely smashed me all over. And I grabbed the mic. I'd done a Dimitri Vandenberg.
97.
Grabbed the mic and said he should go to Q-Skill.
One thing we have seen throughout our 2 studios, there's a lot of Jim McEwen.
140.
He's done a lot of winning, and he won twice in Southampton. Won a Champion of Champions event last summer. He also won one of
102.
the old phases when it was a 4-week qualifying structure and a Champions Week in week 5. And he's won here as well. No matter what we do, where we do it, he succeeds.
If it goes to 3-3, Paul, I want you to ask you a
60.
question. Think
Andreas
of 5
Require,
names when you think of MODUS
167.
Super Series.
Robert Owen. First name off the rank for me. Jim McEwen.
97.
Martin Adams.
Yep, they're 3. I've got 1 from Scarborough.
Graham. Usher.
Who would your 5th be?
Conan Whitehead. 5 wins on Saturdays. 5.
54.
Talk about Super Series legends.
Andreas, you require
He
70.
loves winning with us.
For the match, leave tops, Andreas. It's incredible. He's gone that route.
Game.
You give
shot.
him a double.
And the
He'll
match,
hit it.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison will be there on Saturday night. Last time he was here, he was heartbroken when he just missed out to reach the Saturday night final. But you're going to see the Super Swede there. Jim McEwen still in a great position, but just got a little bit more work to do. It's a big 4-2 victory for the Swede, who moves on to that desired 10 points. And after the break, it's a bottom of the table clash. Didn't expect to say that. It's Scott Mitchell versus Richie Parkin.
Welcome back. Andreas Howson has beaten Jim McEwen by 4-2. Next up, Scott Mitchell and Richie Parkin, watched by Glenn and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, let's get into this one because Glenn and I have just been talking off the air about the permutations with this one. And we do now know that Mitchell must win this game. As far as the leg difference is concerned, it's not a worry yet. We'll have more information at the conclusion of Game 5 and Game 6. But if you're just curious as to what could possibly happen over the next couple of games, if Mitchell beats Richie Parkin, the loser of the next match will remain catchable. The winner of the next match, regardless of what happens here, will progress, whether that's McEwen or Edgar. But before we get there, let's see if Richie Parkin can spoil the party for Mitchell and eliminate him himself.
Yeah, Richie Parkin needs a bit of inspiration, so I just stuck my head in and just said your daughter Dolly is watching. Oh, Dolly, hello. It's only Glenn. Hope you're well. And happy birthday, Dolly.
I'm a big fan of that name. That was
First
my
leg, it's
nana's name.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Richie's a really proud dad. Telling me about her yesterday. Maybe that news that you sat up watching could be what he needs, but tough ask against the Scotty dog.
55.
I wonder how he's feeling after losing that first game of the night against Edgar. He was hit hard early. Edgar played well.
Well, what I can tell you straight away is
100.
Richie's up the pace. That's what he thinks. Is his determination of why he's played 5, lost 5 so far, but that was a lot quicker.
That rings true to your neck of the woods,
60.
doesn't it? Up the pace. Up, much like up the borough.
Yeah, nearly like parking. I learned something this week.
You're going to try some of that when you get home, aren't you?
What is it, a cake or a bread? Or
Yeah, it's a bit of an afternoon
100.
treat. I've never made it.
Yeah, they all looked at me at the quiz, what northern blah, 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 and then someone whispered parking. I said, I've never heard of that word.
You know, certain areas of England and Scotland and Wales, they have their own things. Things like Welsh cakes.
58.
In the northwest, you've got, is it mint cake?
Kendall
Get that
cake,
in
isn't it?
Kendall
Yeah.
mint cake.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to bake something a little different this
134.
weekend, when you're watching the MODUS Super Series, make yourself some parking.
I'll tell you what, Dolly, if you're watching, you made him improve here. He's come out the traps so much better.
100. Richie require 167.
Richie used to tell me when he plays more methodical plays, he sings songs. When he stood behind you. I
135.
wonder what he's singing right now.
Who let the dogs out?
Could be.
Could be one
98.
of those Elvis songs he sang about a dog, didn't he? A hound dog.
Richie require 32.
I don't know what kind of
Game
music he's
shot in
into.
the first leg.
But he has got the
Richie
lead.
Parkin.
That's a really nice start in 13 darts, and maybe the real Richie Parkin is about to stand up.
Second
Hey,
leg is
Dolly,
Richie to throw
Should have
first.
messaged me
Game on.
yesterday.
He's got that name tattooed on his arm, hasn't he?
49.
Let's face it, there aren't many dart players without tattoos. It is a bit of a badge of honour.
Yeah, I don't have any.
100.
Never fancied it?
Yeah, I think there was times I was going to. There's a good friend at school who's got his own shop, and in fact, I got my daughter for Christmas one day, like a gift card. She wanted a tattoo,
140.
but no, I didn't really go ahead with it.
I don't think Scott's got any either. I may be wrong. But some dart players have got lots. Joe Cullen is covered in them. As is Yella Clarkson, who will be here next week for the Champions Week.
Yeah, I think he's the pick of Henry. I think Henry fancies
45.
Yellow Classen to do the business next week. I've changed my mind in all 4 days. I think I went for John Worsley yesterday, Mike Warburton the day before that. It really is wide open. I think Luke Littler's going to get the
140.
headlines.
Somebody has woken Richie Parkin up. It can't be ignored anymore. This is a great start, and he has not played anywhere near this well at the start of a match at any point this week.
140.
I'm telling you, he's thinking of his daughter. He's thinking she's watching. Well, it's working. It's working for Parkin. Parkin's fine.
100.
Whatever he is singing, I want to know what track it is. It's a good idea, that, actually. I never thought about that.
Only when he plays more methodical. Obviously, you don't get the chance. Some people look at tiles. Some
60.
people play with the flights, correct the stems.
Richie, you require 72.
Richie Parkin always said to me, he sings a song. Be disappointed with that.
Double 11.
50.
That was a bit too safe.
Scott, you
Maybe
require
just a bit cagey on
156.
the possibility of splitting that one with Mitchell on 156, which he hit yesterday.
A nasty double left for Richie.
100.
And I think if he misses...
Richie, you require 22.
Does anybody remember who hit double 11 to win a world title?
A.J. Lewis against Andy Alton.
Hey. Yeah,
Game
before
shot
Gary
in the
Anderson.
second leg.
Oh, was that wrong?
Richie Parkin.
It was Adrian Lewis, but it was 2011, not 2012.
Right, who's this name on Twitter who give me bum information?
Adrian Lewis's first
Third
world
leg is
title
Scott
on
to
double
throw
11.
first.
Away,
Game
James
on.
Law. You made me look. You nearly made me look good there, James.
Okay, let's put the other one to bed as well. Double 13 has been hit by one player to win one world title. It was in the BDO.
100.
The biggest clue I can give you is that it is pre-split. You've got until this board
100.
revolves. I'm only kidding. You've got until the end of the leg. It would be pretty cool if the board would revolve with that twinkly music it used to have on Bullseye.
Well, Richie Parkin was playing like the board was revolving yesterday. Right now,
100.
looks like a different man. It's a bizarre game, darts. 1 minute you can be $1 million, and the next day you can be hitting small ones. Thank you, Richie.
7.
Oops.
You build him up, Glenn, and Richie will knock him down.
It is a game of patience. And that is something that Mitchell has in spades.
60.
If you don't have patience in this sport, you aren't going to be a world champion. It's that simple. Because if you can't have patience and you can't play at that best of 13 set limit,
180.
107, 180.
that's actually quite hilarious, isn't it? You score 7, then you score a maximum.
140.
Great response from Scotty Dog.
Could be just 101 points away before you find out who hit double 13 to win a world title.
125.
Fair play to Richie. That's a really good backup score
101.
to that 180. To leave a shot for 3-0 if Mitchell misses tops. And it's wide.
66. Richie require 89.
Could be a dart at the bull. Oh, Richie Parkin.
49.
Parkin not so fine.
Scott, you require 35.
2 darts at double 16. Not to be.
27.
And all the luck that Richie Parkin needed to get
Richie
through this
require
group.
40.
Is he getting it in one leg of darts?
Game shot in the third
Who
leg.
saw this coming?
Richie
Richie Parkin
Parkin.
3, Scott Mitchell 0. Not me. I have to stop predictions because I'm rubbish.
I
Fourth
didn't
leg
think
is
this was
Richie
coming
to throw
either.
first.
It's 2 breaks
Game
as
on.
well. Bad news for Mitchell. He is 1 leg away from elimination. Any ideas, Glenn?
81.
Any guesses?
But I'm thinking the 80s now, so I'm going to go down. Is it Bristow or Wilson?
No.
Really?
But it is a multiple world champion.
Priestley?
Nope.
58.
I'll put you out of your misery.
John Law?
John Law,
Phew.
1993. The infamous year of the Ollie Croft
100.
sleeve cutting. If you haven't seen the Blood on the Carpet documentary, please watch it. It's out there somewhere. It tells an amazing story about the history of the sport.
140.
Richie Parkin, if he walks away with a 4-0 victory here after not winning a game in the group, it's a bit strange, especially when you think of the fact that Mitchell beat Parkin by 4 legs to 0 yesterday.
140.
Like I said, how much inspiration was that message off his daughter? Madness, that. He's probably up there thinking he needed something. Someone once said it's a funny old game.
43.
Jimmy Greaves, wasn't it? When he was sitting there with Ian St. John. Yeah, we're talking about football. They might as well have just been talking about sport. Don't go for the 20. I would go for the single.
140.
Well, he knows better. But I saw yesterday from Dimitri Vandenberg in the Premier League that when he had that shot, he went for treble 12. And I think that's a really good play. But what's even better than doing something like that in a savvy way is hitting double top
100.
for your first win in the
Richie
group.
require 40.
Richie Parkin needs tops and
Game,
gets his first
shot,
win.
and the match,
in the
Richie
process, he
Parkin.
has eliminated Scott Mitchell from the possibility of getting through to Saturday night in week 12. Our 3 combatants at the top of the table will remain there, and we're going to take a break. When we come back, it will be Edgar and McEwen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where now we can confirm our finalists from Group B. We confirm the full 6 now. Andreas Harrison, Matthew Edgar and Jim McEwen all progressing their way through to Saturday night's finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So the next 5 games be about jostling for positions, and that's a very important task. Matthew Edgar and Jim McEwen next upon the hockey, watched by Paul and Glenn.
Thank you, H. Yeah, I think now is, if I was these two players, they could be playing each other tomorrow night. So it's not just a case of seeing this game out. It's about integrity and professionalism. And what you want to do is just put one up someone before you potentially play them in 24 hours' time. So still plenty to play for. And both of them would want to finish on a real high. But both will be absolutely delighted to be there on Saturday night. Big prize tomorrow. And that further golden ticket of being in Champions Week. Very exciting times, especially for this guy in your picture there. What a story this would be if he could lift that £5,000 tomorrow. And for Jim McEwen, we've been talking about real legends of the MODUS Super Series. And of the 5 names we've come up with, Jim was right there in the mix. So a lovely eclectic mix of players has been this week. But the 3 from Group B have now been decided.
First leg, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
Matthew Edgar is still on for doing the Chris Mason in week 12. Back from Series 1.
140.
What is it about commentators getting to the Saturday night in week 12 of qualifying? I couldn't do it. Mason could. And Edgar's done it. I've got to say a big
43.
congratulations to Edgar, who has fought really hard over the last couple of days. But now he wants to win the group, doesn't he?
Yes, I'll be making my appearance in week 12 in Series 4. What are you laughing at?
I can't wait. I wonder what other commentators we can get to go into.
There'll be a queue.
Series 5. Abigail Davis is going to have a crack as well.
100.
I might take a leg off her.
$100.
He's impressed me. I thought, and like he thought, the emotion in his voice when I interviewed him, and he just said he thought he was finished, and here he is now. I think he'd like to finish top of the group and just make a statement for tomorrow.
96.
But knowing him like I do, it's job
Matthew
done now.
Require, 161.
Whatever happens, but I'll be thinking you could be playing, Jim, even in the round robin tomorrow night, Group A or B.
65.
The last thing you want to do is go into that match with a big 4-0, 4-1 defeat. He's come out the traps lovely.
I know one thing. He'd like to get a 180. He hasn't got one this week so far.
Yeah, I didn't... just looking at my number sheet
96.
Jim.
Matthew Require, 96.
One of the things that grinds my gears is when people get their maths wrong. Didn't make any
Game
difference.
shot in the first
so let's
leg.
move on.
Matthew
Edgar wins the
Edgar.
first leg in 15 darts.
And 15 darts means 100.20 average.
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
You know how he said that Richie Parkin is probably singing a song when he's playing the more methodical players? If you look at Matthew Edgar's shirt, does it remind you of the TV being on late at night when you fall asleep
54.
on the sofa and there's just this beam of noise?
It certainly does. I'm trying to think. He's about as interesting as epilogue as well
60.
as Matthew. No, I've been told. Don't do it. How can I bully him right now? He's had an absolute stonking 2 days. An unbelievable week.
I wonder whose group he's going to be in. Now,
140.
it's on the spot time for you, Glenn, because Pilgrim, Smith, Osborne, Edgar, McEwen and Harrison. Who wins?
97.
Pilgrim threw the first dart on Monday morning. Pilgrim throws the last dart on Saturday night. I said that on Monday. Look, is he the person I want to win? No, because I've got affiliations with people like Matt Edgar, Colin Osborne, you know, people I know very well. But Darryl Pilgrim,
59.
for me, is the real deal. And if I had to put my professional head on, that'll be my statement that he throws the last dart Saturday night. And potentially
60.
makes the 20,000 quid next week. But one step at a time, does he?
I'll be thinking about next week until this week is over, that's for sure.
Correct.
And at the conclusion of week 12, on
44.
Sunday, which is a big day, we will release the groups for week 13, Champions Week. So stay tuned to the social channels that you see on the bottom right of your screen there. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and we do have a TikTok account as well.
Yeah, but two or three of them placing. Do you know what group I'm in? But obviously, a lot depends on what happens tomorrow and averages, results, stats. Soon as we know, we'll get it out to the players, of course. But I asked Matt Edgar, if you won 25 grand over the next 10 days, what would you do with it? He said, I would buy a toy called the Ultimate Warrior.
Yep.
Jimmy require 112.
Very good. You didn't even mean that, did you? It would be an Ultimate Warrior figure. It would be mint in box, and it would probably have a green back.
100.
I know what he likes.
I'm a port, and I don't even know it.
57.
You never know. You might buy a Pokemon card off Ryan Joyce. Double 15.
Game
and he
shot
gets a
in the
2-0
second
lead.
leg. Matthew
I'm not even
Edgar.
joking. Ryan Joyce, one of the best Geordie players in the world. He likes to collect Pokemon cards.
Third leg is Matthew to throw first. Game on.
He's a rich man now.
He's not as rich as Mike Veach.
Scotland
Former captain who won the lottery.
I'm not saying he's tight, but he won 2.3 million, and he's still got 2.3 million.
That's just really good engineering of your accounts.
140.
He said something like the interest sort of like pays his monthly allowance. I was
96.
Like, did you buy? He said, no, I just bought the house I was living in. I was like, that's just so typically Scottish.
Humble. Nothing wrong with that. If you're happy where you are, why change? More money, more problems as
97.
this year.
Honestly, joking aside, absolutely.
You see certain players who make a lot of money from sport, but they remain
140.
where they are throughout. Look at Mark Webster. He's been in North Wales, in Denby, the whole time, because that's where he's from. Maybe that's what I did wrong. I've been a nomad for my entire adult life.
60.
You've done a few mileage, haven't you?
I have.
Wonder if Denby's anything to do with the pottery.
60.
Different spelling.
Is it?
Denby has a GH at the end,
B-E-I-G-H, yeah.
whereas the pottery is a Y at the end.
Yeah.
Edgar's going to build up a head of steam if he keeps winning. If he tops the group, he's going to be a very different
require 148.
proposition for his opponents come Saturday.
He's playing brilliant. Questions were after that,
100.
especially after the way he lost
Jimmy
against Andreas Harrison in the
104.
first game of the night. But he bounced back a terrific, outstanding win against Scott Mitchell. He's putting Jim to the sword here as well.
Can't switch.
94.
And Edgar's got
Matthew
a
require
number
48.
that robbed him earlier.
He's gritting his teeth there, Paul. He still fancies this.
Squeeze it in between.
16.
Was he going for the
Jimmy
bottom
required
half when in
10.
fact he may have been better off just going for the top so he could snag the middle? And 3-0 is still
No
a possibility.
I would say a
Matthew
probability.
require 32.
At the lips there, the aggression.
Game
all
shot
in
in the
turns, not
third
showing
leg.
too much.
Matthew
Interesting,
Edgar.
he's not screaming and shouting in this game. For two potential reasons. One, the respect maybe he has for Jim, and the fact that he knows he's through to Saturday night. But I just saw something, the way he just gritted
Fourth
his
leg is
teeth
Jim
there.
to throw first.
That's what I'm trying to get across. Someone like
Game
Justin
on.
Smith, I would love to see him play with some real aggression rather than this free. How does it work for him? There's just a small element missing from Justin Smith to take him from just a new level.
45.
I think he's so much more talented than Matt Edgar, but Matt just oozing out every bit of energy, every bit of work ethic, every bit of
100.
knowledge to get him to top of this group, and it's nice to see.
You know what? Some players need to do that. We've had conversations, you and I. We don't think that we are the best players to have come in the northeast of England
180.
as we've grown up. We look at other players. We think, they're better than I am.
85.
They've always been better than I am. We look at players like Gordon Dobie and Davy Gradwell and we think, they were always better than us. So why did we do what we did, because we did that
100.
ultimate thing that not everybody can. Sacrifice.
Yeah, totally agree. I remember thinking, you know, when I was
100.
driving home from the lakes, I wonder what Paul Knighton thinks about this. I wonder what Gordon Dobie has just said, and you know, and the rest, even Cleveland. I remember watching Chris Ormby, Kenny Dobson, Glenn Moody, you know, all them practicing one, wishing I could be them.
136.
And that's what I'd like to see with just one of the two of the players I've seen this week. You know, start working hard, be professional. Show me a bit of
60.
grit, show me a bit of fire.
Jim, you require
Big prizes
40.
over the next 10 days.
Cracking marker. But that was a bad dart because he didn't even aim it.
20.
That second dart was a strange one,
Matthew
wasn't it?
require 156.
It's almost like it was a hot potato. He couldn't wait to get it out of his hands.
100. Jim, you require 20.
Double 10 then. Had problems on fives earlier in the match. More problems. And Jim
No
McEwen,
score.
trade
Matthew require
disgusted.
56.
Double top.
Game.
Edgar wins by
Shot.
4
And a
legs to
match,
0.
Matthew Edgar.
And he goes to 10 points in the table, and he is top of the table for now. A steady display, and McEwen just looked a little bit lost in that one. Without further ado, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it is Mitchell against Harrison.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matthew Edgar has rounded up a convincing 4-0 win over Jim McEwen. Next up, Scott Mitchell against Andreas Harrison, and it's Glenn and Paul on comms.
Thanks again, Henry. It's difficult sometimes to know what the motivation of the players is going towards the end of this schedule when we know who's going through and who isn't. But we know that the pride of the former England captain in Mitchell, he will know that winning against Harrison and against McEwen in 2 of the next 3 games will make him feel a bit more chipper about his weekend. What do you say about that, Glenn? Because it's a very difficult thing to swallow when you've got 2 matches left, knowing that you're not going to qualify.
Yeah, I can't put my... I mean, I've never played in the MODUS Super Series, and I know that it is about pride. And, you know, Andreas Harrison's not going to be bothered. It's going to be a really strange game. But what I can tell you is Matthew Edgar is absolutely bouncing. He's buzzing. He's just stuck his head in the comms box there. We've booted him out because he's, you know, just so happy. It's nice, isn't it nice to see, Paul, to be fair?
It is nice to see people happy. I just wonder what plans these players have for during the day tomorrow in prep for Saturday night.
First
Just
leg,
knows
it's
the
Scott
ins
to
and
throw
outs, man.
first.
Even he said, you know,
Game
he's been
on.
telling the other players as well, you know, what you need to do. I think he'll get it right. What I think rest is so key, especially for someone like Jim McEwen and Andreas, who've been here since Monday. You know, I think rest is so important. The last thing I would do is look at a dart
99.
2-3 hours before, whatever their preparation is there. But a good walk, I think fresh air is, you know, it is really important. So just hanging around in your bed is not something.
125.
Your body, you're not stretching. So they're all the things that I would try to do before a big game.
Without naming names, one thing I can say is that someone who has qualified here today
60.
has actually left their equipment in the building. They haven't taken it with them. They have left it here, almost taking your advice
60.
without even hearing it, because they don't want to see their darts until Saturday night.
I mean, it worked for me. I remember going to Lakesides and the amount of practice players were putting in. I remember a guy called Mike Day from New Zealand. He was putting
40.
in, honestly, seriously, 12 to 14 hours practice. My philosophy was, I've done mine. I've done my revision. My exam's in 2 days' time. Now I just want to get the petrol tank right to max.
121.
And I barely looked at a dime. I think it's really key tomorrow. You want to be coming here with the petrol tank full, right gate. Matthew Edgar going to be tough to beat. He is absolutely buzzing. It's infectious. I might get my darts out on Monday.
So if you have a good 6 months from here, we've got Matthew to blame.
I'll be here week 12 of Series 4.
You heard it here first.
55.
You can see the Super Series scrambling now, saying, it's already full.
I wouldn't be surprised. The amount of names
that
we're going to throw your way in Super Series 4. My word.
140.
We've chatted so much. I've really enjoyed Paul's company the past couple of days. Of how it's evolved. I've asked him loads of questions. And how does it get bigger, the MODUS Super Series? And some of the names, you know, that which has been advertised this week on social media.
60.
It's just great. Really,
Scott,
really good.
104.
Predominantly, it's tops that Mitchell likes to leave. But that is not the route to do that. Andreas, in his previous match, was perfect
72.
in the doubling department. He was 4 from 4 in beating Jim McEwen. And especially on double top, because he hit it 3 times out of 3.
60.
Not so much this time.
Yeah, there was a bit of everything in
Scott,
that.
you require 32.
It seems a while since we've seen Andreas, and coming to this one a little bit cold.
Game shot and the first leg.
Solid
Scott
from
Mitchell.
Scott. You're always searching for motivation
Second
when you're
leg is
playing
Andreas
darts,
to
but
throw first.
when you feel
Game
like it's a
on.
bit of a dead rubber, but I think Scott will just want to do. He's a proud man. He'll want to get a couple of wins under his belt. And with Andreas,
55.
you could think it's Monday morning again. You just can't read him.
You know what my motivation was when I played my last game here in October? It was against Andy Jenkins, and I was already eliminated. And I thought to myself, what is my motivation in playing Andy? And I rewound the clock by 13 years. And I said to myself, Andy was the first person to beat me in a British-based Pro Tour event when I came back from Australia. And I thought, I've never forgotten that. I didn't win, but it was motivating for me at the time. Maybe Scott could think to himself, what are my memories of Sweden and the players that I've played from that country? What can motivate me that way?
I think the honest truth is Scott will be like, how have I got myself in this position? Like I said, there's games, then 4-3 games yesterday probably have come back to haunt him. Part of me thinks he'll probably just want to get off that stage right now, but like I say, he'll do a professional job, and knowing Scott like I do, probably go and win this match 4-0.
100.
We had some battles, and Scott said he wants to renew some rivalries in the seniors. Felt like I wish I was up for the challenge now, because he was someone, he was a type of player that really motivated me. We really, I'd like to think, motivated each other in that capacity. Like I said many times, I found him such a tough opponent.
100.
When you get a bit older, that you realise it's, you know, that it's the respect is really, really important. But in the time, he just wanted to win them games.
I did have a chat with Scott Mitchell
133.
Yesterday. He did record it.
Scott, you require
and
116.
hopefully we've got time to air that this weekend, so watch out for that. Not just on Sporty Stuff TV, but on our social channels as well. It's very insightful
60.
as to the motivation for Mitchell
Andreas,
going
you
forward.
require 100.
Being lethal on tops tonight.
Game shot and the second
trend
leg.
continues.
Andreas
It's
Harrison.
1-1. The match is going with throw right now.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott played for England for the first time back in 2009. And he's recently played for England in 2023. That is a very distinguished international career.
Must be in the top 10 now of amount of caps for England players. The England website used to be fully up to date in a sense that I used to look at how many games I'd played and won for England. I had good moments for England, wonderful moments. So proud to wear that. It was a horrible shirt as well, the very first one I played in, but it was English and it was so good.
57.
God, I had some bad moments as well. I was in my days of being a bit of a diva. You look back now, you just slap your head and think, God, what were you like, Glenn?
Let's have a little look back at Scott Mitchell's
60.
international career then, because I'm always fascinated to see who his first team was and who he played in his first couple of England games. So back at the British Internationals in 2009, which involves Wales, Scotland and England,
60.
Mitchell played twice and did win twice. Very impressive debut, beating David Smith-Hayes when he played against Wales and beat a certain George Dalglish,
45.
one-time international for Scotland, and beat George by 3 legs to 1 with an average nearly at 95. Impressive indeed. But when you think about the team that he was in, that involved English legends like Darryl Fitton, Dave Chisnell, Martin Adams. We've already talked about Gary Thompson from Yorkshire. John Boy Walton and Tony O'Shea were in that team. And maybe a couple of names that you are not as familiar with. I'd like to give an honourable mention to Pip Blackwell.
100.
From Kent.
And Steve Farmer. Very, very good player from Shropshire.
I'm sure that's the match where Steve Farmer got a couple of man of the matches, a 35-79 if my geekiness has kicked in. No, it isn't, Glenn, he's saying.
He averaged 94.65 and beating Craig Baxter from Scotland.
100.
And
Scott, you
In his
require
other game,
124.
he won against Phil Evans, averaging 81.
Scott just checking on what Andreas is. Does he go for the bull with Andreas on 136? Absolutely. And
Game shot in the third
Does he
leg.
execute that
Scott
bull
Mitchell.
with maximum effect? If you're thinking, where were you? I think there's a bit of a wry smile. That's nice between them. Very, very nice. The reckoning of the
Fourth leg
room
is
in there
Andreas
is
to
really,
throw
really good.
first. Game on.
I've just stuck my head in there and they're all sort of chatting away. The atmosphere feels very friendly.
It's good when it's like that.
134.
It's a good rivalry sort of practice room. There have been some acidic sort of practice rooms over the last 12 weeks. Some people haven't got along.
125.
I like that.
Yeah, I miss Aaron Monk. I miss Aaron Monk when he lost the game. Turn the volumes down and let's listen.
Put it this way, I'm sure the infrastructure of this place is very happy that he's not here.
140. $100.
Another solid tumble at Andreas. After that 134, 140 start. And he's back in the treble 20 bed again.
140.
This is outstanding after 9 darts. Potential 11 darter for the Swede.
Yeah, this looks pretty useful. You get the feeling that this game's going to go long.
100.
I think they're both all right with the pace of this
87.
game. Some people don't like slow players, and some people don't like fast players, but this looks pretty normal for both, who will feel very much at ease at having lots of thinking time
55.
at the back of the stage pre-shot.
We can hear the laughter next door, so all good fun in there. There's all good bants.
Or maybe Richie Parkin has got license to laugh now because he's got himself a first win.
100.
It's the laugh I can hear.
Andreas, you require 32.
Double 16. That one's way wide.
Game
That
shot
one's
in the
not.
fourth leg.
So we are tied
Andreas
after
Harrison.
that wonderful 14 darter from the Swede. And Mitchell retains the throw and the advantage for now.
Fifth
Now,
leg
if we
is
are going
Scott
to dig
to
into
throw
the past,
first.
Glenn, let's
Game
dig into
on.
yours. Don't worry, I'm not going to do a Michael Aspel and get a big red book out. But your debut for England back in 2012.
Wales, I think.
140.
You played in the home internationals against Wales and against Scotland.
I remember Mark Leighton. I don't remember the Scottish game.
You beat Mark Leighton with 100 average. 100.5.
That was decent, you know.
45.
And you beat Ernie Brown of Scotland 3-0 in 50 darts. Very nice. Talk about the people in your team that you made your debut.
Let me think.
Mitchell was there.
100.
Mitchell was there.
I'm thinking Robbie Green, Dave Pallett.
Robbie Green, check. Dave Pallett, check.
Yeah. And I tell you, a lad from Essex, Little. But I don't think he got his
140.
game. What was his name?
You're right, he didn't get his game.
Yeah. Yeah, that was in Wales. Yeah, lovely times. Great.
That was in Llanelli at Scarlet's Rugby
That's
Club.
the
What a
one.
fabulous place to play.
Yeah.
Think about Mitchell
60.
that year. He lost against Scotland to a good player, who I know quite well, Ewan Callender.
Yeah. Where's Ewan? I think my favourite game for England, if it's there, is in
81.
Halifax, UK, against Ross Montgomery. And I still think it's the highest ever average by an England player. If that scores there. I don't know what year it was, but...
If you can give me the year, I can get you the average.
Yeah.
100.
But there's a crossover between the debut year of Mitchell and playing in 2012, the year you made your debut, because Mitchell played David Smith-Hayes again and lost that time. So he's had a bit of a rivalry with David Smith-Hayes of Wales.
140. Scott, you require
I know how proud
101.
Scott was to be the captain. Like I said, when I think of Scott, I think of Jamie Hughes, Mark McGeaney, who were a fabulous side, but I also cringe at my behaviours, let's say that. Silly boy. Can you believe I was a diva?
59.
Say no.
Andreas, you require
I was asked
95.
a little bit earlier today who was the biggest diva at the MODUS Super Series. I didn't say you.
You would have done in 2014, whatever it was.
I'll give you one guess as to who I did say. Oh, that's unfortunate.
45.
That really did clatter off his own flight to rob him of a
Scott, you
bullseye
require
checkout
42.
and a 3-2 lead. Double top. It would have been for Harrison had he had the shot at 50.
34.
And that is a big miss for Mitchell.
Which
Andreas,
way is
you
Andreas
require
going to go?
50.
Because he's been lethal on double top and double 16. Oh, shake of the head. You don't often see that.
Should have gone for tops in the first instance.
30.
It's all a bit shaky over here.
Scott, you require 8.
I was adamant in my own mind that if Harrison got a shot at
Game
50,
shot
he was
on the
going to go
fifth
10
leg.
for tops.
Scott Mitchell.
Mitchell gets the lead. And he's the only person tonight who has not got a win yet. I, like you, Glenn, thought
Sixth
earlier
leg is
that he had a
Andreas
really
to throw
good shot
first.
at
Game
qualifying
on.
through this. It hasn't materialised. But he's still looking for W's.
140.
It was Harrison who beat Mitchell yesterday, and it was a good contest. Plenty of missed darts at double, though. Even though Harrison averaged nearly 93, he missed 16 shots at the outer ring. Mitchell missed 10, and ultimately, some of those were very costly.
41.
I wonder how these players are
100.
feeling at this
I was thinking
early
that.
hour.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that. I think Andreas probably just wants to get to bed and prepare for tomorrow.
I think the adrenaline sometimes carries you far. I remember in week 12 of the previous series,
85.
John Henderson was playing on Friday night with Fallon Sherrick. They both qualified, but Fallon needed to win all 4 games on the Friday night, and she did. And I think the adrenaline carried her far
95.
that night. This is a very, very different Group B in week 12.
Yeah, this Group B sort of ended sort of premature in a sense for the neutral anyway. I think you used the term
60.
dead rubber. But like I say, for Andreas, you want to kick in for tomorrow night with a couple of wins under your belt. You don't want to end with a damn squib, really. But it's job done so far for him.
You know, we were talking about
42.
parking earlier being an afternoon treat. Your debut year, when you played for England, there was a player for Wales called Stephen Cake.
Yeah.
Great name. Good player.
Great character.
24.
Guess who else is in that
Andreas, you
team?
require
A
124.
certain Johnny Clayton.
Really?
Johnny Clayton beat Gary Thompson 3-1.
108.
Almost a 1-2-4. And when Johnny Clayton played against Scotland, he beat Craig Baxter by 3-2. He's been around a bit longer than you think, you know.
Yeah, I can tell a quick story about Johnny Clayton. 8-8. England against
131.
Wales. World Cup or Europe. I think it was Europe Cup in
Andreas, you
Romania.
require 16.
Johnny Clayton went 180 against me.
Why am I not surprised? Oh,
Game shot on the
lovely
sixth
dart. And a
leg.
beautiful angle to
Andreas
see
Harrison.
that floated dart hit the target, and we are going all the way here with England versus Sweden.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
There we got a little bit of an idea of the arc of that dart going through the air. It's penetrated quite abruptly by the tall Mitchell just
140.
thrusting it through the air. But if you look at this angle, for instance, the elbow position is very high for Andreas,
Cheers.
and he throws it like it's a floating three-pointer in basketball.
140.
And I can only think of Johnny Clayton, who does exactly the same. It's a strange arc in his elbow.
And they both use kite-shaped flights. That cannot be a coincidence.
But it's also the issue there with the height, though, with Johnny being lower
60.
and Andreas being a very tall. I think he uses his height very well. But yeah, that it's sort of facing a little bit high, but like I said, it's just the way he throws a dart. And you said yesterday that I think
97.
he's tinkered with that equipment to get to a stage where it really, really suits the way he throws. Like I said, he understacks that first dart, which is the perfect one for him, but that's a beautiful throw. No body movement, beautiful follow through each time. And like I said, he is
100.
gone with a new dart manufacturer now. He's testing out new flights and barrels right now, but like I say, Scotty Dog, without spoiling your interview, he still has dreams and aspirations of getting back to where he believes he should be. And
140.
that's the best 128 players in the world. And like I said, I was confused when he lost his card because I marked a couple of his games. I thought he was as good as ever. And as he rightly said, them European qualifications are not qualifying for them in the end.
100. Andreas, you require 124.
He's already done this in this match. One more time for 2 more points.
We've had some decent check-out tonight. Mitchell with a 1-2-4.
52.
And Andreas 100
Scott, you
just in this
require
match alone.
101.
That was a little bit messy, that from Andreas at 52. It's 101. Will it be a big 12 or will it be a big 4? He's looking at the 12 for his favourite double 16. Or is he? Double 18.
Game, shot.
And that's the
and
way
a
to do
match.
it, Scott Mitchell. He had us all guessing there with that finish. 101, a beautiful finish to complement that 1-2-4. Went the distance once again. And Scott Mitchell, who takes the match against Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Richie Parkin against the also impressive Matthew Edgar.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. As Scott Mitchell has got the better of Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. So next up for us, it's Richie Parkin up against Matthew Edgar. It's going to be his last game of the group, and this is going to be watched by Glenn and Paul.
3 more matches to go, and this one will be a little bit more quick fire. Edgar and Parkin will be full of beans now because Edgar is at the top of the table with 10 points and a very healthy leg difference of plus 11. Parkin has finally got himself out of the no zone. Has got himself a nice win against Scott Mitchell by 4 legs to 0. And he played really well as well. 98.56 the average. I know it's easy for us to say this, Glenn, but we know he's a good player. Where's that been?
Yeah, like I said, his preparation wasn't great yesterday. You know, to travel on the day is one thing. To travel from Whitby
First
to
leg, it's Richie to throw
Portsmouth
first.
is another thing. But
Game on.
There's reasons behind it. What do you do? It's your daughter's birthday. Do you sacrifice that? Well, some people might say possibly. I know he'd be feeling really happy with that last
125.
win. And for me, the difference is he's sped up. That's all I can see different. His rhythm looks like it's better. He's not overthinking things. And
43.
the only difference I can see, and I've seen him throw a million darts in my life, and that just looks a little quicker.
45.
He might be wise to remember that in his future challenges as well.
Oh, last time he was here, he was absolutely
60.
I felt 7 foot tall because when you got the invite, I thought, how's he going to react? Like I said, he's had 116 average at Q skill. You know, the game's there. It's trying to find it out of him.
140.
You know, he's winning local opens, ADC events. He's a top player. Maybe sometimes lacks a little bit of consistency, but last time he was absolutely wonderful. And really, I don't think he could believe he was in the final against Jamie Kellen. And I just think he overthought that final.
137.
The first time he tasted what he saw as big-time darts, and he loved it. And after 12 darts, Paul, 54 needed.
Richie require 54.
This is a very different Richie Parkin now. Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well. And
Richie
all of
Parkin.
that after what can only be described as a massively wide and high 5 to start the leg.
Yeah.
It's almost like he was
Second
showing
leg
off.
is
I'm going to have
Matthew
my
to
worst
throw
start at the
first.
very start, and
Game
everything else
on.
is going to be brilliant. And it was.
We feel a little perplexed when you're watching him, and where were you yesterday? Even in the first game today against Jim
140.
McEwen, it wasn't pretty. But typically, he saved his best darts against Scott Mitchell, who'll feel why always me.
85.
And it's a long drive home if you've played, all them games and not won any.
60.
But it'll just make it a little bit sweeter, especially if you can beat Matthew as well here. Let's be honest with you, he's been the player of Group B for many reasons.
41.
I think he's shown the most desire.
He's bouncing when he came in here. I had to kick him out. I don't like positivity for coming from Matthew Edgar.
140.
When I heard I was commentating on him, I got on me one line is off Tim Vine ready. I haven't used any yet.
One thing Matt has used this week is a
45.
new version
Matthew
of his
require
dart, which has a bit of a
161.
coating on it. And he has a very unusual stem in there, doesn't he?
55.
Available in all charity shops. Tried to sell me a set yesterday. Cheek.
What was he asking for them?
60 quid. 60 quid. He said if he signs the box,
60.
40.
Matthew require
I had all
106.
these. I had loads of jokes, Paul. You'd have loved it.
Double 16.
74.
Small miss, but he will be back. You get the feeling that all of the players now are just playing pretty much within themselves. They feel like the exterior pressures have disappeared.
140.
They just want to
Matthew
play a
require
game of darts and
32.
see who is the best
Game
right now.
shot in the second leg.
And he's won.
Matthew Edgar.
These players cannot be separated. This is pretty decent.
This match feels like it's been on fast forward.
Third
If
leg
that's
is
the
Richie
case,
to
the
throw
next one
first. Game on.
Might not.
Yes, I think they should agree in there. Now they're going to play speed darts.
140.
This is good from Richie. I'm so happy. Like I said, at least you want to get invited back to the MODUS Super Series. And he'd probably sat there thinking after last night,
125.
they'll never want to see my site again. We just be reminding them I don't think he'll ever make that mistake to travel to Portsmouth on the day ever again.
123.
You learn from the things you do, and when you consider something to be a disadvantage,
140.
you don't do it again. If he had travelled the night before, he'll never have had that experience of knowing what he knows now.
180.
So in a funny sort of way, it hasn't worked this week. Oh, he's got his first 180. There you go. We've been waiting for it.
Which you require 58.
That was for me, that.
Might be in vain. And I'm not talking about Jan van Veen.
38.
I'm just thinking there,
Matthew
that just bit of laughter just sort of
56.
took a little bit of the determination out of Richie there. I think Matthew Edgar done him like a kipper there, personally.
Game
and he
shot in the
has.
third leg.
That's a 12 darter.
Matthew Edgar.
That's his best leg so far. Playing pretty well, and they're having a ball, these two.
Fourth leg
Bragging
is
rights
Matthew
are
to throw
plenty
first.
coming up.
Game on.
But this is Matthew Edgar's last game in Group B. He can empty the tank here for the night. And I have a feeling he's going to sleep pretty well leading into Saturday morning.
60.
Yeah, he's playing with a smile on his face, and like I say, he was so chipper. He came and he said, I can do big things tomorrow. Special things. He said, I am so close to getting it right now.
85.
This is bearing in mind, last Sunday, he thought it was finished. What a story.
60.
You can give him the check tomorrow night, Paul, if he wins it, because I'll be off ski.
I think it'd make a nice photo of you giving him a check.
All right, I'll turn round and take him out. You can have my back of my head.
140.
He's got to earn it first. Whoever earns that £5,000 deserves it.
60.
Knowing Matt as I do, if he was to win that £5,000, he would gladly pay for that big novelty check. He's the one who was harping on about it more than anybody else when we
81.
first came to Portsmouth.
He'll go to bed with a check. Selfie with a check.
Checkmate.
It's my job to write the name on it.
100.
Don't spell it wrong. You won't be able to cash it.
He's got a diploma in computerization.
95.
Might go for the bull here.
57.
Talking about checks,
Richie,
Paul, do you remember
require
my
100.
£100,000 check?
No.
They even spelt that wrong. 100. What a dart.
100.
Game shot in the
Finish.
fourth leg.
Just like that,
Richie
and he gives us
Parkin.
the old ferret finger.
That was sense. I'm really enjoying this game. Have we saved the best?
Fifth leg is Richie to throw
The
first.
last is just good
Game on.
spirit, good pace, and that might tell something about how Richie wants to throw a dart, because that tension, that effort is he was throwing the darts. The
100.
previous 6 games have just been thrown out the window, and he's just thrown them as if he hasn't got a care in the world, and he's averaging just shy
93.
of 100.
What did you say about a check?
Yeah, I've got the, and I kept the check, but I got on the stage at Lakeside, and it was HUNRED,
54.
£100,000. Good old BDO.
100.
I have no comment.
Yeah, it was given to me by Bob Potter. Rest in peace. That place, the Lakeside, is just
41.
And do you know what? When I went back to commentate with you, Paul, I got to the door, you know where the security is, and they went, "Have you got your ID?" And I was
93.
like, I am back here with a bang.
You're not alone.
You can't go in.
In Germany earlier this season, Michael Smith, the world #1 and world champion,
98.
turned up to a European tour event and security would not let him in.
No way.
His father went ballistic. Do you not know who this guy is? It's Michael Smith.
140.
I did once pull a "Do you know who I am" at the Newcastle Premier League. I'd left my ticket because the toilets are exactly the same as the public.
95.
Went to walk
Matthew
back in the
requires
VIP area,
75.
and they wouldn't let me in. And I went, "Do you not know who I am?" We know Matthew Edgar is
Game
tonight
shot in the
because he's
fifth leg.
playing
Matthew
absolutely
Edgar.
stunning. That hurts to say.
He has a dart shirt that is so
Sixth leg is
vibrant,
Matthew
you
to
can
throw
tell what his
first.
nickname
Game
is
on.
from about 40 metres.
You can buy his shirt as well for £50. Or signed for 30.
100.
I'm getting these gags out somehow. I'm waiting all week.
I think you're going to have to save some of them for Saturday night, Glenn.
I know, but at this stage, I expected played 7, lost 7.
45.
Look at him, he's absolutely having a ball up there, isn't he? He's loving it. We're never going to hear the last of it.
Harrison's got one game
45.
left. He's got Richie Parkin in game number 10. Now,
I thought I was in Group B for a second because all the games were like this.
100.
Just even that last start just oozed quality. A match we've both enjoyed.
125. Matthew requires 16. Game,
double 8
shot.
was his
And the match,
nemesis in his
Matthew
first
Edgar.
game of the night. But ultimately, Matthew Edgar has just qualified and won the group with one of his best performances of the group, 91.6 and 67% on the doubles. We will see you on Saturday night, Matt. As far as Richie Parkin is concerned, we'll see you in game 10. But before that, it's Jim McEwen and Scott Mitchell.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Matthew Edgar has rounded off his campaign with a 4-2 victory over Richie Parkin. Coming up next, Jim McEwen up against Scott Mitchell. 2 games to go, and here's Paul and Glenn to describe the action.
Seatbelts on, everybody, and now we can cruise through game number 9 as Jim McEwen and Scott Mitchell will part company from the MODUS Super Series here on Friday night and early Saturday morning. But Chucky is returning for a sequel on Saturday, whereas Scotty Dog, unfortunately, will be let off the leash and will be back on the farm on Saturday. This is the 56-year-old Chucky who beat Scott Mitchell yesterday by 4 legs to 3. He was 3-1 down and counted himself very fortunate to get that win. But Mitchell, who got 2 points yesterday, Glenn, he'll be looking to go a little bit better. And if he beats Jim McEwen here, who will walk away with 4 points for day 2.
Yeah, we talked an awful lot there about Scott representing England. I know Jim McEwen, when I spoke to him, was absolutely
First leg, it's
gutted
Jim to throw first.
that he didn't
Game on.
represent Scotland this year. He was, I don't know if it was some sort of miscommunication, because Jim McEwen is definitely one of the best 12 players in Scotland. That I will stake my reputation on.
78.
Just because I can, because I've got a microphone in my hand and we have a little bit of time to talk. When I talk about great Scottish internationals, who's your top 3?
Gary Anderson,
100.
Jockey Wilson come to mind, and potentially Mike Veach. Would you argue with any of them? Or
I wouldn't, actually. Mike Veach, former captain, of course.
Ross Montgomery be up there. He was
121.
special as a captain. I think he's the most passionate captain I ever saw.
I think the only reason I wouldn't put Robert Thornton in there is because his international career was very short.
Yeah, and Ross Sott he was captain for a long time. So
140.
yeah, probably go Jockey, Veach, Gary Anderson and Ross Montgomery. 3 of them 4. I remember playing in Glen Rothes. Scott played as well, and we won, and then we sang the national anthem.
132.
God, I tell you what, we were absolutely so loud because we'd taken a battering. The crowd were absolutely proper workingman's club. Smoke in the air there was. It was unbelievably tough. That was a great side we had that day.
You're starting to sound like a naval aviator there, saying smoke in the air, smoke in the air.
Yeah.
Just going to give an honourable mention
113.
to
Jim, you require 170.
someone who I really adore, and he's still around. Ronnie Sharp, one of the best moustaches in world sport over the last 50 years.
He can still throw a dart, Paul.
Yes, he can.
28.
Still looks pretty good.
Scott, you require
One
148.
of the most graceful throws ever.
Yeah. I last saw him at a Scottish Open, years after he sort of retired, semi-retired, whatever you want to call it. But Scottish Open, that was a tough competition. I don't know if you ever played that, but no chairs. And
44.
the secret to winning that
Jim, you
one
require
was making sure you got a
142.
room in the hotel. But because it was a little bit dearer than the hotel, people would go to others around. So I was able to play a game and then go and sit in my room and then play a game and go back to the room. And about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I had about 200 people in my room.
Current Scottish Open champion, James Hurrell.
22.
Yeah, I
Scott,
think
you require 104.
That was last year.
I lost to Dennis Harbour in the final. That hurt. Commentated by Scott Mitchell and Gary Stafford.
72.
Well, talking about being patient when it comes
Jim,
to
you
playing
require
opponents.
120.
Dennis Harbour can make you hit your head against the wall if you don't get rid of him quickly. No shot at tops for Jim McEwen, and Mitchell will
100.
get 3 at double 16.
Scott, you require
If he so
32.
wishes. Lots of problems on the doubles yesterday between these two in their game. More so for McEwen, but he's still got the win.
16.
And he's getting lucky again.
Jim, you require 20. Game shot in the first leg. Jim McEwen.
1-0 to McEwen. With those 3 darts. Missed by Scotty Mitchell was sort of the headline act in that leg. He just sort of shakes his head as if to say,
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
here we go
first.
again.
Game on.
I do get the feeling that if Mitchell had qualified for Saturday, he may have brought quite a few people.
Would he? Yeah.
Only 40 minutes away
Yeah.
in the car.
140.
I think quite a few people might have said, you know what, the farm can take care of business for the night. Let's go down to Portsmouth.
I just think of that one-day event and being acclimatised to that stage. Like I said, he'll look back at a couple of them results. He'll be super frustrated.
43.
Yeah, there's the Dorset badge on his lapel.
I remember I made my first ever county trip to Dorset back in November of 1999.
100.
Went all the way to Dorchester. I thought that was a very long way. Bus got lost on the way, ended up in Bristol. Well done. But I watched certain players that weekend and I thought, I've got a lot of work to do. And I looked at a certain Davy Richardson that weekend and thought, my word, what a player. And I looked at the Dorset squad as well and I thought, these guys are so talented.
140.
And they were Division 1, those teams back then. Our team was littered with talent. We had Mac Murphy, Davy Richardson, Davy Gradwell, Andy Chalmers.
Gary Robson. Andy Chalmers played for Northumberland.
Andy Chalmers. He used to drive. He did a Richie Parkin back then. No matter where the game was, he would drive there and drive straight back.
Very Martin Adams.
96.
Martin Adams, despite the fact that Jim was on 258, there was no thought process of going with a bullseye. You know, Martin Adams has a lot of respect, and vice versa with Scott. I thought that their final and the reaction afterwards, and Martin just said whatever he said, but just let yourself go.
Scott, you require 25.
Scott took that trophy right across the country.
Game shot in the second leg.
Leg 2.
Scott Mitchell.
We've just been asking about my trophy, my Lakeside trophy.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw
something
first.
quite nasty when I told him it's not the real one. And then he said the guy who's made my Lakeside trophy is the same guy that made Scott's.
You were telling me that the recently auctioned Lakeside men's trophy
40.
has it been bought by someone from the Netherlands?
That's the information we got. I think there was a guy, I'm sure his name was Tom Dawson. I think he's bought half a dozen BDO trophies. I think he collected the ones that people had bid on and didn't buy. He was saying something on there that it's there's more silver in it than what he's actually paid for, and he's quadrupled his money. But I think the information, what it was, is that the Lakeside trophy was collected by someone
60.
from Holland. And there's been no mention of who got it or anything on social media, so it could be anywhere, which is quite sad. 27,000 with VAT and
100.
fees.
Whoever has it, just take care of it.
It was
That's
mine.
all we ask.
It was mine. We do with that 27 grand now. In the end, 2.5 last year.
$84.
What did you think of the gesture for Trina to get the ladies one?
Oh, obviously I was there. It was the moment of the World Seniors for me. I think, despite the fact that Leonard Gates won it, and it was all about that moment Trina got the trophy, because genuinely, she had no idea what was happening. None of us did. But what was funny, Paul, is then I got a message, Glenn, can you go on the stage at the end of the men's?
140.
And I was like, oh wow, I'm going to be gifted the Lakeside trophy. And when I got up there, it was to put a medal around Leonard Gates' head.
Oops. Still a nice honour.
105.
Not as good as that trophy. It'd have been on eBay by now.
137's the magic number here to leave tops. Look at that face on the shirt. It looks very menacing. You don't get any faces like that from
59.
Jim.
I don't think I spotted that.
Scott, you require
No, I certainly
96.
did the one on the back.
Can't be unseen now, you see. Stay on that lie. Just sneak it over the top. Slightly over pitched. He thought for a second he might have jagged the top left corner.
60. Jim,
He
you
seems to
require
be avoiding
118.
tops. He's gone for double 18 a lot more than I've ever seen him over the last couple of days.
Speaking of tops,
78.
Not cooperating.
Scott, you require
I think
36.
Jim goes into tomorrow night as Scotty Dog goes for double 18.
Game shot
Well,
on
he
the
takes
third
the
leg.
lead and he gets
Scott
that break
Mitchell.
of throw. And I think what you say is a very interesting point, because I don't think McEwen goes into tomorrow night brimming with
Fourth leg
confidence
is
in the
Scott to
same
throw
way that
first.
Matthew Edgar is, or
Game
indeed
on.
Darryl Pilgrim is. I think there are a lot of question marks over certain players come Saturday night. I could go into the groups. and tell you who's going to be where. But we
100.
don't know 100% yet, so there's no point in speculating. We'll allow Henry to do that at the end of the night to tell you who's going to play who. And we do have one more match after this with
134.
Richie Parkin taking on Andreas Harrison, who could still get to 12 points with Matthew Edgar, but can't overtake him on leg difference.
Yeah, you only commentated on Group A last time I was here, but there's something about
140.
seeing that first start on Monday morning, the last start. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. It feels like a long 10 days since I was in Germany before coming here to Portsmouth as well, so I am someone who misses home very, very easily. Wonderful. Perfect.
180.
It's a sneaky good game, this. 3.5 legs in. Look at those averages. They're pretty impressive. Not bad for one player who's not going to Saturday night and one that is.
43.
Just a sign of the man that is Scott Mitchell. No dummy out the pram. Just getting up there doing a professional job as if this game meant everything. That's why he was England captain. That's why we all looked up to him. Integrity at its finest.
85.
Recently, with those internationals, we had 2 members of the same family playing in the team. The 2 Richardsons, James and Josh. That's rare.
98. Jim, you require
Imagine how proud you are
102.
as a father. You know, not only to see your son play, be in the same team as, I think, didn't they win the pairs, or was that something else? Maybe I've got that wrong, actually.
No, I think they have won a pairs competition together recently.
British Open. Bridlington.
62.
Tell you, once I played
Scott,
with my
you require
dad in
120.
pairs at the Queen's Head in Guidepost in Northumberland, and I was proud of that.
Yeah.
Imagine putting on the English shirt with your dad in the morning. Just make sure you put on the right one. Josh is a little bit skinnier than James.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to wear the red trousers when I played for England, that's for sure. I think Keith Della wears them in the
80.
seniors now still.
Jim, you require
Based on
40.
Shane Burgess's book, I've got to ask you a question for the next leg. Did you get 15 quid?
Game shot in the 4th leg.
2-2. Plenty of time left in this one. And the reason why I asked that question is because Shane Burgess's book about playing for England was called Everybody Gets 15
Fifth
quid.
leg, it's Jim to throw first.
If you haven't read that book, you must read it.
I know, I tell you what I have read with Shane Burgess, every meal is eaten on social
Game
media.
on.
You don't do Facebook, do you, Paul?
No, I don't.
But every single day he puts from, well, it's just a different meal every single day. I'm surprised he's not 30 stone.
Shane is one funny bloke. He's got a lot of good
45.
stories. Some of the happiest times you could possibly imagine are just sitting at a table and listening to Shane Burgess and watching Adrian Gray laugh.
He's number 2. He was number 2 in the world for a long time, wasn't he?
59.
Who's going to be number 2 in this group then? You fancy it's going to be Harrison now because of the tight nature of this one. The best thing that McEwen can
60.
do is get to 10 points and -1, and Harrison is not going to be perturbed. So McEwen, if my memory serves me right, from Super Series 2, I'm sure he was 3rd
Really?
in Group B. Is that an omen?
100.
They're the kind of things I think you'd like to know. As a dart player, you cling on to absolutely anything, whether it's superstition or not. And look at Mike Gillett, the
100.
winner last week. Where did he finish in Group B? 3rd.
How many times have we seen players not winning a group during the week, but then on Saturday night they win the whole thing?
Yeah, there's factors that come in. You
44.
know, for Darrell, he's had the 2 days off. How's he dealt with it? You know, these guys are, you know, less than 24 hours later coming out. Fatigue for someone like Jim who's been here since Monday. But then you're going to get someone who hasn't been at the best this week, and then all of a sudden on the Saturday night, then the crowd comes into
57.
consideration, the players who feed off a crowd.
Not to mention what kind of crowd we get.
Yeah, so many permutations, and it'd be great to have a full house here tomorrow in the final week before Champions Week. I must admit, I'm gutted I'm not here in the comms box next week, but I'll be watching.
100.
And I think it's one of them lineups, Paul, where whoever wins it, you'll think, do you know, I had a feeling he'd win it. So I think in my mind, I've looked at all 12 players so far. What group would you want to be in?
I'd still want to be in B.
Yeah, I would.
I'd want to condense the whole operation and get through on Thursday and Friday night and be ready for Saturday.
41.
I think that the most difficult one is the Group A. Unless you're young, fit, and a Luke Litter who can play 6 hours a day, no problem.
I do get the feeling that he's going to be in Group A. But I wonder what kind of condition he's going to be in.
58.
Because even at the age of 16, he's playing development tour this weekend. And he'd have to come straight here if he's in Monday morning. All these things will be ironed out over the course of Monday and Tuesday. And our experts will give you the best possible
52.
insight that they can muster.
Scott,
Give
you
you some
require
tips
140.
and some insight into who could possibly win ahead of time. Yesterday's game went 7 legs. I reckon it's going to be the same for this one. Even if this double 10 goes.
120. Jim, you require 146.
Couple of options on 146. It's the treble 20, treble 18 route, but not on this occasion. But he can set it up. And that will put
134.
an awful lot of pressure on this 20.
Scott, you require 20.
They're in the same area of the board. But it's Mitchell who
Game
takes
shot
the
on the
lead
fifth
and is a
leg.
break of throw as
Scott
well.
Mitchell.
Can he get revenge for yesterday because it's a game he should have won?
When you talk about steel, when you'd obviously think of the 2015 Lakeside Championship, but I remember him playing pairs with Mark
Six-legged
McGeaney.
Scott
And
to
I think
throw
himself and
first.
Jamie Hughes had lost
Game on.
early, and England would just begin to look a little frail. And Scott and Mark McGeaney were absolutely super. I remember a game, I'm sure it was Tony Martinez, the Belgian. He even had a little bit of something in that game between them. But
140.
he was so solid, such a proud captain. And when you go up and you've got 3 darts at double 10, just sort of took me back to that moment where give him a dart or a double, you'd always fancy him to do that.
35.
You know what I'd do if I had 3 darts at double 10? I'd pick up my phone and call James Wade.
Tell you what I did once, 4 double 8, and Casey Gallagher has not spoken to me since. Because we played mixed pairs, quarter-final,
140.
well ahead. And I thought it was the right decision, and she thought I just wanted to lose so I can get ready for me individuals the next morning. But I thought when they were on 200s, I hated double 10, if you ever remember.
100.
Based on the way your darts used to go in, it makes a lot of sense to me.
I hated 10s. Wayne Mardle said, just move your foot. Because my foot was very flush, and he said, on 10s, I want you to start. And believe it or not, whether it was that was suddenly I started hitting double 10 after that.
41.
But at that time, yeah, 4 double 8, so a 20 was something I hated.
Some people have even gone 8 double 16 for 40. Don't question a shot that works.
It didn't, though. She never spoke to me again.
140.
Now we got to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I missed, she missed, and then they checked out.
So, she missed 2.
Yes.
It's a bit like that World Cup situation with me. I get a lot of stick for missing 56.
60.
Everybody seems to forget that Simon missed as well.
How many darts did you have? I
had tops and 10s.
Yeah.
Simon missed 10s and 5s.
And then did you go back?
No.
Ah.
So we missed 4 darts for the World Cup.
Oh, is that all? I thought it was more. I've watched that lots of times as well.
I haven't.
There's also one with Kim Hybrids where he dives to the floor with Ronnie as well. Was that against you and Simon?
Yep. We're going deep, everybody. We're going deep in the early hours of Saturday morning.
43.
Yeah, this is my love. I'll watch with looking at old videos. Paul said,
Scott,
you watch old
require
videos like this.
120.
So not that it was old, but
I was just about to say.
I think
It was only 10 years ago.
I think it might come up as Scott Mitchell looks at tops for Shanghai.
Game, shot.
What a
And the
beautiful
match,
angle
Scott
and what
Mitchell.
a beautiful win. Integrity is his middle name. Jim McEwen. We'll see him there tomorrow night But a big, big win to end for Scott Mitchell. The final game of Group B sees the returning Andreas Harrison against Richie Parkin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So Scott Mitchell has beaten Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 2. So that now confirms the positions as far as the league table is concerned. It means Matthew Edgar will finish top. Andreas Harrison will take second place in the group, and Jim McEwen will finish third. We'll talk more about the permutations at the end of the programme, because we got one more order of business. It sees Andreas Harrison take on Richie Parkin. This will round off the group with Paul and Glenn.
Thanks again. And for the last time, it will be Group B action to close things off. But like Henry mentioned, the positions have been filled. Harrison will go through to Saturday night by virtue of finishing second in Group B. McEwen has finished third, and Edgar has finished top. Parkin will remain in the bottom spot, which is where he started.
First leg is Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Before we have any darts thrown in anger in this game, where people started the night, Glenn, that's where they're going to finish.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Yeah, good spot.
40.
Like I say, it's all been about Matthew Edgar. Like I say, for Jim McEwen to be happy he's got through, but still plenty to think about. For Andreas Harrison, I think it's
135.
what was expected of him, and for Richie Parkin, it's a case, can we start again this group, because I'm just beginning to motor.
59.
I suppose Andreas does look like a member of Motorhead. So if he's motoring on, don't think he's a Motorhead style fan. I think he likes a bit of Volbeat, which means I'm a big fan of him. Volbeat, if you don't know, are one of the biggest bands in Denmark. They are a wonderful, wonderful rock group.
95.
Fair to say that Richie Parkin has stitched together a little bit more confidence tonight and almost repaired a little bit of his reputation from Thursday.
He'll feel like the ace of spades tonight because he's just really showed the MODUS Super Series what he's all about. He's going to have to just put it down that yesterday was just a disaster for whatever reason.
Richie requires
whether he
61.
wasn't prepared correctly, that's for him to decide. For double 18, for a stunning 11 darter.
Game shot in the first leg.
Richie
Parkin.
Penny for your thoughts, sir.
I'll give him more than a penny for an 11 darter.
Second leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
I knew that wasn't the Richie Parkin with the angles the darts were going in last night. Unbelievable.
45.
It just wasn't him. But fair play to him. He come out. I think he read a lot of support he had behind him. And maybe Andres, possibly a little bit of fatigue. It's been a long week for him. But a good rest tonight. And all of a sudden that adrenaline will be kicking in when he walks in here tomorrow. And that potential, speaking to his manager, he was so upset about not getting to the finals night last time he was here. Well, he's put that
96.
right.
96.
Interestingly enough, we talked about the tiredness factor at the end of the afternoon session. And we're going to have 2 players playing day 6 tomorrow night. Harrison and Jim McEwen.
81.
They aren't the youngest players this week. So how much is that a factor?
I think it is, but if you can't get up for a $5,000 competition,
60.
you have to find your energy from somewhere. Like I said, I always think if you can just hydrate yourself as much as possible, good food tomorrow, maybe pasta or something that'll give you that little bit of energy that you need, but lots and lots of get some fresh air tomorrow, Jim and Andres. Go for a nice walk. I think the worst thing they could do is sit in the hotel room and do nothing because, well, it never suited me anyway. And I just think if they can plan
58.
the day, because it's it's a really, really big night for them. And not only the $5,000 tomorrow, which is huge, but an opportunity at Champions Week as well. Snap the opportunity.
100.
An opportunity knocks.
Richie Parkin's first win of this group came against Scott Mitchell, and he won 4-0. Looks like he's hunting down
60.
something similar.
Richie
He's actually playing
80.
better in this game than he was in that one.
For me, it's just the pace of everything. It's
40.
just so much more different to how he was playing. I think he was just maybe overthinking his throw. I said they were going in some bizarre angles. I just think the acceleration now when he's letting go of his dart is
140.
night and day.
Richie require 40.
Well, this is morning.
Game shot in the second
And last
leg.
night,
Richie
he was playing pretty
Parkin.
well. He might have the final word in Group B, and that's got a nice ring to it. Harrison will try and deny him that.
Third leg is Andreas to throw first.
But I think
Game on.
if he was to exchange the possibility of the final word in Group B for the final word in Week 12, he would accept that.
26.
It just makes the drive home a little bit sweeter for him now. Of course, people are going to say what could have been, but it looked down and out last night when I saw him distraught. There's not an awful lot I can say
30.
to him, but like I said, when I woke up this morning, the messages were great. Whitby's a very small area, and he's the big cheese there in relation to darts, and they all want him to succeed. I think they're all very proud of him. He's good sponsors from the area as well. He works still in Whitby, and I think that was a big factor in him coming out tonight and playing and demonstrating some quality.
95.
Isn't there a bit of a subculture in Whitby to do with Dracula?
Certainly is. I think that's the main, apart from the fish and chips, obviously, but Goth Weekend
85.
in Whitby is absolutely monstrous. Good looking, getting a B&B for the next 5 years.
I can just imagine lots of people dressed as Dracula going for fish and chips.
Oh,
I want extra chips.
60.
I've seen a few people where they haven't got the makeup on. A little bit scary, and that's just the blokes.
This is better.
140.
Feels like Andreas is starting to wake up. A bit like Dracula Wood coming out of the coffin.
Actually, I think Richie worked in the Dracula.
82.
There's like a shop. What's the word I'm sort of looking for? And you walk through like I don't know, dungeon, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure Richie was one of the ones dressed up and would go.
I want to know about this.
Yeah, I think it's true. I think he dressed himself up and scared people as they went by.
138.
Next time you're down here, Richie, I want to know all about it. You've been given plenty of notice.
If he says, Glenn, what are you talking about? There's something in my mind that he had a bizarre job.
Now we've got to the bottom of why it's
140.
called Thriller.
Andreas, you require 52.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's close to midnight.
What's the next line?
And something evil is lurking in the dark, and that is Andreas Harrison.
32. Richie, you require
Glenn Moon
94.
walks.
Didn't expect to be talking about this, but it's one of the highlights of the week all of a sudden. Double 8.
86.
You wanted everything blood-coloured there.
Andreas, you require 20. Game
Nice
shot
shot.
in the third leg.
Andreas did not
Harrison.
want to be bageled late in this schedule. He wants to go out with a bang.
Yeah, just leave double 10, Andreas.
Fourth leg is
You
Richie
look like
to
you're
throw
never
first.
going to miss it.
Game on.
I've never actually been to Whitby.
That's stunning.
45.
I think it's my favourite place. Paphos in Cyprus is my place, but in the UK, I mean, it's 20 minutes from my home, so it's one of the reasons. But nah, Whitby's fabulous.
50.
If Rick Stein said it's the best fish and chips in the world, that's good enough for me. The Magpie.
Is that a fish and chip place?
That's the one. And I think ever since he made that
98.
statement, like on one of his shows, I think it's just standing room only, and there's always a queue for that one.
Must be one of those places that gets those fancy potatoes from Northumberland, because that's where you get the best potatoes.
140.
They're really, really fancy.
I thought it was Pa Rihonen from Sweden.
Oh, this is brilliant from parking. Parallel parking.
140.
Promise that's the last time I'm going to say
I
that.
was going to say, you just nicked my line there. I thought the third one was going across.
Andreas is trying to throw those a
81.
little bit harder now because he was feathering them earlier and it wasn't working. Maybe a little bit of fatigue in that arm. Sensible play here from Richie.
46.
Until dart 3.
Such a long dart that Richie throws these days. When it gets underneath his chin, there's not much to manoeuvre. Superb from the Swede.
140.
132 or 140 are the ports of call when you're on this number.
55.
He'll have to settle for 55, which
Andreas,
is a
you require
troubleless
90.
visit, technically, even though he did hit a treble. Bullseye.
56.
A chance for Parkin to extend the lead to 2
Richie
again.
require 117.
He likes these types of finishes, does Richie? He's going to need the treble 19. Not this time.
57. Andreas, you require 34.
Did he work in an escape room? Is that what it's called, an escape room? Well, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to escape from Group B.
He's probably going to say, what on earth are you talking about, Glenn? But I think I'm right. What he should do now is go to Andreas.
26. Richie, you require 60.
I don't think that'd be allowed.
40.
Oh, we'll be gutted over that. Big difference between
Andreas,
2-2
you
and
require
3-1
8.
this late on. It's double 4 for Andreas.
That was a big chance for Richie, that. This is a hard shot.
No score.
He likes to stack them on top of each other,
Richie, you require
not nestling
20.
under the way that Richie can. And
Game
he takes
shot
full
on the fourth
advantage
leg.
of that
Richie
second
Parkin.
opportunity. And he may just be walking away from this group with 4 points. He will be rooted to the bottom.
Fifth leg is Andreas
But I
to throw
assure you,
first.
he's feeling a lot
Game
better
on.
than he was 24 hours ago when he was playing in the penultimate game against Jim McEwen yesterday, losing by 4 legs to 2. He was feeling very disconsolate.
125.
One more leg from this contest, and Richie will think that he has
47.
repaired his confidence a little bit. Maybe putting a Band-Aid over it for the time being, but maybe doing enough just to prove that another invite sometime in the future,
60.
and maybe better preparation leading up to day one, will give him another crack at another Saturday night in the future.
85.
For the day, Edgar is leading that table as well. He's been the picture of consistency. 6 points yesterday, 6 points today.
40.
As for Harrison, if he can somehow win this match, he will do the same. 6 points Thursday, 6 points Friday.
135.
But the difference in Richie Parkin from Thursday to Friday, like Glenn said, night and day. If he'd played this well on Thursday,
35.
I have no doubt in my mind that he would have qualified. I think he would have got through, possibly at the expense of Jim McEwen.
134.
He's only 2 darts away from getting those 4 points to take with him back to Whitby.
59.
And Andreas
Richie
seems
require
a
100.
little bit spent tonight, but he has done enough. Just the easy layup.
60.
Very sensible. And visit number 6 will hopefully yield for him a second win of the night and the group.
41. Richie require 40.
Double top, it's been good to him. And double
Game,
10
shot,
gives
and a
him that
match
second
for Richie
win.
Parkin.
It's Harrison that's going through, but Richie Parkin leaves us from Group B in the bottom spot, but repairing his reputation after a very bad Thursday. Much better on Friday. 4 points and a leg difference of +4. Much, much better. As you can see from that match, 86 the average and half of his doubles hit. Had he played like that over the course of the 2 days, he probably would have been coming back in about 16 hours' time. However, we'll go to the balcony now to see what's happening with Henry and Glenn.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. Well, as for Richie Parkin, well, it was, well, quite the way to end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a strange one for Richie. Obviously, yesterday was an absolute disaster for him, but I think he showed some credit to himself. And, you know, he's got sponsors and friends and family that want him to do so well. So to finish on a high probably just makes it a little bit easier, but it's a case of what could have been.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following the conclusion of our action here in Group B, because it's Matthew Edgar that has gone on to win it in the end. And really, when you look at the legs difference, he kind of dominated it.
Yeah, what a story it is for Matthew. I mean, you know, we've talked an awful lot about it in commentary there, but it's big. It's big for him. Like a week ago, he wasn't even sure if he could continue play the game, and here he is now in touching distance of $5,000 in that place in Champions Week. What a story that would be.
Jim McEwen, could he go under the radar tomorrow night?
I think he'd be disappointed with the conclusion of Group B. That's my only concern. I thought on Wednesday was absolutely superb. That's the type of form he'll need tomorrow night if he's going to succeed. For sure, he won't be the headline act, but he's the type of player at the MODUS Super Series who can come through tomorrow.
What do you think Scott Mitchell will be thinking when he wakes up tomorrow morning and reflects upon his playing experience here?
Scott Mitchell's one of the best amateur players in the world, so he's going to obviously be absolutely sick as a chip. A couple of 4-3s yesterday, never really recovered, and he seemed to play players who played the best against them, so he'll probably feel a little bit hard done by. He's not too far away from getting it right.
Well, let's have a look then at the groups for tomorrow evening then here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group 1 is going to see Dale Pilgrim, Colin Osborne and Andreas Harrison in action, and probably over the course of the week have been three of the standout performers.
It's very even, that. You know, I always look forward to sort of this moment of the Group 1 and 2 there, but you know, Darryl Pilgrim for me is still the class act. He's had a couple of days off to reflect and get himself ready, but they're very even groups, and yeah, really looking forward to that tomorrow night.
As for Group 2, Matthew Edgar will fancy his chances there.
Yeah, why not? Which Justin Smith's going to turn up? I mean, talent-wise, that, you know, he could win that competition tomorrow. But there's so much more to it than just talent. That's just 50% as a dart player. You know, Jim McEwen. Which Jim are we going to get? Are we going to get the MODUS Super Series legend who played on Wednesday, or the guy who sort of finished tonight? Matthew Edgar could be the headline act. Who'd have thought that? Eh?
Could be prime time for prime time, couldn't it? Well, he could be entering the big time. For us, it's bedtime. We'll see you tomorrow for the finals.